one thing that I forgot to do. And that is this. I think I need. Let me just be completely unprofessional here. Yo, fucking. That's, I don't know if I like that. That seems a little bit big. I'll change it later. Enough with this shit. It's gonna be something to do, I guess. But what I could do is have these things like that. Maybe since that is like, oh my fucking god, dude! I swear my fucking mouse is gonna beat the death of me. I don't want that. I want that. Oh, Seribot. You don't have Seribot, you should fix it. I know that if I started my own streaming service, I would hire Seri directly. Alright, let's snap that there. And let's nudge, 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 nudge. Nudge, 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 nudge. Nudge. And then I can shrink to fit. And I think that's just about perfect, actually. Ooh! Oh, fucking mint, bro. Oh, that is fucking flawless. That's great. Okay. Awesome. Alright, with enough faffing about, that's like fucking perfect. That's so good. Yeah, I still don't like how big the mouth is, but fucking miles per hour looking at this motherfucker over here. Oh my agua. Agua. Agua nomás. No tengo agua. Oh. Alright, let's see what we got. Cool. I think I'm going to start doing handoffs every stream. Oh. I'm already halfway through my damn coffee. Okay. Lexer, parser, validator, evaluate. Okay. I love having. I really fucking love it. It is so goddamn nice. No functions control flow, no type checking beyond, no type checking beyond runtime. Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah. So, okay. So the biggest thing that we are, that I would like to figure out is, or things I like to go over. Hmm. Okay. I could do a touch. I could do a touch in workspace here. I did workspace.md with information. Do that. Yeah. Touch workspace.md. Yeah, there we go. So, here we have double stack overview. God damn, came out so fucking good. Like flawless, man. That is so perfect. Sorry, just I rarely get it that good on the first fucking try. Yeah, that's good. I need to actually fucking do things that the other things that I said I was gonna do last stream, like update the shit. Also, I have alerts now, so that's cool. That's super awesome. Yeah. Yeah. So let's see here. Double stack overview. So, or oh, okay. One, itchy fucking arm, dude. Itchy arm. Fucking arm, dude. I'm so goddamn itchy. I really love that joke down there. That's a really good one. Funny joke. Oh, I don't need, I don't like the fact that my mouse is always visible. But I also would like the ability to show my mouse. Alright. Because like here, what I could do, I think if I say, in, yeah, now you can't see the cursor at all. But yeah, now you can't see the cursor at all. But it also moves at a snail's pace, so I don't think that's necessarily such a bad thing. So, but anyway, so on push pending tag onto main stack to as tags are resolved, compound or primitive. Push on to main stack 3. When is encountered 3.1 encountered whatever. 3.1 when that is encountered. What do we want? We want to first when that is encountered, pop from main push to working stack. Push to working stack. Stop when pending tag is encountered. 3 actually is what is first, the top of the working stack is the context, right? It's always the context. Fuck, what about define? Right? What about internal things into oh, it doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't fucking matter because when you get to define, it pops off first. It pops first, right? So it mutates the context in that instant. It mutates the context. Right. So you can still have lists of shit, right? So, yeah. So it can start throwing errors as things like the invalid context, which is an L tag, because the L tag is the context, right? Encountered pop of working stack is context. 3.3.1. Here you can check to see if the tag is a valid context, right? Is a valid context. And we can do, I mean, we can do some clever stuff, because I think operators are going to require basically a pit stop, right? Operators are going to require a pit stop. So like that's fine. It's kind of a really lame. Do programmers prefer Linux? Because it's not Windows. Because it's not fucking Windows. And it also depends on your workflow, how many other people are working with, and yeah, there's a lot of things. Okay, so if the tag is a valid context. 3.4. Load the rest of the working stack. Yeah, load the rest of the working stack as arguments for current context. Right. Here you can check to see if there are too many arguments. No. Too many arguments or malformed. There are too many arguments, or that the arguments are malformed. So unexpected tokens, things like that. Because you have right, and so as the tokens are loaded in to give debugging information, you can, it's literally like debugging symbols are like built in, because debugging is super fucking useful. It's like critical whenever you're dealing with shit, right? So yeah. Alright, so let's move on to the next part. So that should be good. Should is the operative. That should be good. Right? Yeah. is the double stack ideology or pattern. In the I have included a workspace MD file for you to look over. Give it a look and let me know what you think. It would be cleaner for building error messages around context text and arguments.m because by the time you hit but you'd have all arguments collected while building the tag. It's more eager but less modular. Yeah. Simpler to reason about. You're building a binary tree as you go. Fail fast on malfunction input catch. I'll tag already set immediately. Yeah. I mean I like my pattern. I like my pattern. Because it's telling you I still want to know what. Yeah, because my pattern will also tell you what context is incorrect and where. So I want to keep file location information for each token. So we can feed that to the user to help them debug things. But I would like to work towards the pattern in workspace. Alright. Blue. Now, the main shift is now tag, stack, tracks, L tag, R tag, target, single stack. It's not a single stack though. It's not really. Not necessarily. Pending tag marker. What? What do you mean by what you have as target? I'm not so sure it aligns with what I did. To work a second till hitting the pending tag marker. Yeah. Yeah, when you push that pending tag marker on, it is literally a marker token. Anyway, or does it say to help with? I mean, not necessarily. That is a much closer understanding. The way I see it is that it's not exactly a stack of tokens, but a stack of tags. So a pending tag is the pending tag is a tag that has not been resolved yet. And when it is resolved, it consumes the context and all arguments. Then becomes a resolved tag. So the main stack is for tags and tags alone. Yeah, so the main stack is for tags alone, not tokens. Tokens just dictate what to do with them and to control flow. Right. Namely, will control when to when to resolve primitives and to show expectation. When to resolve primitives and show expectation. Yeah. So like this is all stuff. Tags are the substance, yeah. Um, yeah. Uh, one got three. Is info big bugging. That, yes, yes, exactly. Exactly. Equally, yes, exactly. Uh, and like, no, 74. Good. Better than this. 90s. Awesome. Oh, stack aluminum. Um, yeah, that works. I mean, the purser state's a little strange. Because it's not really, I don't know, it's a little hard to, hmm, I mean, it's more, yeah. So, alright, a few things, semantically, uh, our tag isn't really needed. Nor is any real uh, logic for recursive tag resolution, as the two stacks handle that logic directly. Yeah. Like, as long as it's the two stacks themselves, yeah, the stacks kind of encode the state that advances the state tracking needed because the tag on the stack tells you where you are. Nested tags are just tags that got pushed. When they complete and return, they're like any other tag. Two stack until pending logic handles everything. You just need stack at a minimum, main stack, working stack, and the working stack. You also need to be working stack as well as the main stack. So yep. Yeah. I mean, because certain things are going to need certain kinds of logic, right? Because we're going to have a lot of contexts, a lot of context ideologies and stuff, right? So it could be various variables, things like that. It's got to be um, you know, so hmm. Yeah. 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 That sounds good. I usually end up vibe coding, or at least the old definition of vibe coding, which was just coding without a plan. It's usually what I like to do. Just jump in and see where it takes me. Ugh. So, the new definition of vibe coding is dog shit. Okay. Let's take a look. In the SRC. So it is in the swimming parts, I do believe. Okay. Alright. Okay, so let's take a look here. So, Jesus Christ, my wrist. Public function. New tokens. Source string. Self. Yeah. Okay. Okay. There's a lot of. Alright. So these are. I really don't fucking like. I really don't fucking like it. I really don't like it. Just because I don't like how hard it's gonna be to keep track of a lot of this shit. Of a lot of these like tokens and the token logic is going to be very difficult to keep track. Because it's, you know, things that have to deal with tokens are kind of scattered all over the fucking code base. And I really don't like that. Like this shit here is fucking dog shit. Right? This makes it very easy to. It makes it very difficult to expand. It makes it very difficult to debug because you have to chase. You know, you have to chase a bunch of shit all over. Right? Whereas if you have something's breaking with the tokens, then you can just go to the token.rs and then fix it. That's what I want. Right? Having logic spread all over the place is such bad practice. It's such bad practice. It's fucking dog shit. So, and a big part of why I'm doing this, all this stuff, is so that I can get used to working with AI in a way that is beneficial to me rather than detrimental. Because, you know, like the entire like coding space, programming space is very, you know, kind of, it's really 50-50 about AI in in the context of programming, right? It's pretty split. And the vast majority of programmers are kind of somewhere in the middle. You know, but there's, or I should say, like, the distribution isn't normal. It's more linear. Right? It's more uniform from between the two extremes. Right? It's very flat. And the reason for that is that it's entirely based on a person's understanding of AI, how it works, what it's doing, the use cases. There's a lot of factors involved in it, and each one will govern your view on whether or not it's coded mistakes. Right? Should it be, you know, I do not believe that it should be pushing to prod without, you know, without review. Granted, I don't think anyone should be pushing to prod without review. Right? That's why you review your code before you push to main. Don't push to prod if it's not fucking reviewed. Right? You have more than just one set of eyes on shit. That's why you review your code. And even if you're not using AI, review your own damn code before you push it. Right? Go over what you did. You know, you're still probably going to miss a lot of shit. But that's why you have unit tests. That's why you have tests. You're a solo developer. That's why you have tests. Test your shit and then push. Right? that's why these things are so important, and a lot of programmers take a look at vibe coders and people who just say hey AI, make this for me. They look at it and like, oh, I don't really like this thing, change this, change that, change this, change that. It's broken, debug it, fix it for me. Right? That is what we're not happy about. That is the use case of AI that we don't like. I have really fucked up joints. Apparently. Fucking news to me. But I have really fucked up joints and I have dysgraphia. So it puts a lot of strain on me physically and mentally to do programming for an extended period of time. And as someone who's more interested in the nuts and bolts and the actual functionality, I don't really give a shit about the actual typing. So for me, having AI handle the part that is strenuous to me allows me to continue doing something that I enjoy without eating up all of my energy doing it. Right? What it is not doing is replacing the thinky part. That's the part that I enjoy. Right? I want AI to do the dishes. And laundry so that I want AI to do the dishes and laundry so that I could do the writing and drawing. Not, AI doing the writing and drawing so I can do the dishes and laundry. Right? So, just, to me, the actual typing part is the dishes and laundry. So, that's why it's helpful to me. But a lot of people are having AI do everything. And that just kind of ruins the whole point. And that's why people are upset about vibe coders. And you'll see a lot of people, just be all like, hey. Like, like, you will see people who use AI in their code almost as, like, their workspace, like me, completely and utterly denounce vibe coders and shit. Like, that's the thing. I tried doing the whole vibe coding thing. It's not. I can't. I fucking can't. I cannot. That is not something that I can do. I use it as an accessibility tool so that I don't have to hurt myself. So I don't have to exhaust all of my, mental and physical faculties to do this thing that I, deeply enjoy. So, yeah. So I really don't like how tag is spread all over the fucking place. I really fucking hate that shit. So ownership is fucking everywhere. It's dog shit. I hate that shit. So we have test. Test is correct. And we have test syntax error is incorrect. In a way that we... Wait, what? What the fuck is going on here? What the fuck is going on here? Strange. Oh. There we go. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, so we have a dangling. Yeah. So this should trigger. Like, it should be able to find if there's a missing thing here. Because it's trying to receive, you know, a bunch of shit. Right. So yeah, there's that. How about we run? I have fucking test a card scripting language and test syntax error pumpkin spice latte. Try running both of them. I should get some more coffee. Read. Line 5, column... Line 5, column 3? Really? That is not... Wait, hold on. Oh. Run it again. Fuck. That's fine. Parse error at line 5, column 2. Unexpected end of file while parsing tag. Expected. Okay. So. Okay. So. The error is in the define. But. Alright. The error is in the func. Fine, because the yeah, I think that is predominantly because we don't have the proper error checking, right? Because we don't have like typing and shit, right? So the error's a little wonky, but I think that's mostly because we don't have any strong text. As in, we have no defined expected arguments, as there's no functionality. Okay. Because there's like a bunch of shit that I don't fucking like. I don't like how I really fucking don't like how it has to or operation definition map. Check argument.
Dystopian nightmares.
Yeah.
Human era. Infinity.
Unknown operation suit.
On a distant planet.
Um.
Our galaxy.
Yeah. Yeah. Which means we would need a context validator. And some map of expected arguments and expected arguments for each context. This is not an overview of the code, is it? It most certainly is not. So, I mean, since we're not really doing an overview, maybe renaming it to something fucking else and then push, I guess. I really don't know. Ooh. Cool. Alright. Well, it's the operation registry will also need to have an understanding of expected types as well, because there's both let's say because there's both specific tags like define like define our tag expecting specifically a tag list but also categorical both specific tags, categorical expectation, like with set ref taking any value like our tag, right? Because there's a lot of stuff there, because we need because we need things, we need to be able to understand things like set, and like we need to understand things like and set and other shit like that, right? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, sure. Uh, yeah, that sounds good. Yeah. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Hmm. Ooh, yeah, that's a good one. Fucking validating shit. Like, if it's trying to, handle things like fucking. Ooh, okay. Yeah, it's still. Um, that up. He's mixing invalid up. I mean, that works. It is not invalid. It is. Okay. Um, that's, yeah, that does, that'll, I would not have, I would not have thought of that. That's, I'm gonna have to keep that. That's another reason why I like AI. It's another set of eyes. And the set of eyes is what is expected, right? So if I'm fighting it, then whatever it is that I'm doing is unexpected, right? So it really depends on whether or not I want to be doing everything entirely on my own and be unexpected, or if I want to have some level of handhold. But I'm out of coffee. So I'm gonna go get some. Alright. Nothing changed while I was gone. Cool. Good. Oh, fucking hell, I'm cold. My coffee's molten lava fucking hot. Molten lava hot. Literally have a fucking Keurig in carafe, and then I make a full pot of coffee. And my first one is always cake. El problema es capitalismo. That's literally the problem with K-cups and Keurig. Capital. Same thing with insulin. It's just something that I would love to look into to see how I could change that. Because if I was the one who pioneered the production, I would say that, I'd put limits on it, basically. I would put limits where, like, the more expensive you make it, the more you have to pay. Like, effectively making it a sliding scale where, yeah. Where, like, I'd be like, yeah, no, you can charge however fucking much you want, but you're gonna have to pay fucking half of it, and it's not gonna be worth it. Right? It'll literally just punish those who want to be greedy and shit. And just make it cheaper and cheaper and easier to fucking do it. Like, yeah, no, you can do it for profit, but, the more profit you make, the more you're gonna have to pay. So if you don't want to pay as much in royalties, then you're gonna have to keep your fucking costs down. Period. End of discussion. Right? Because that'd be the only way that, these companies would actually listen. Right? Because if you want companies to be cheap, you have to make it financially irresponsible to make things expensive. Is what it boils down to. Right? For instance, what you could do is you could say what the profit percentage is, square it. So, yeah, the more you charge for shit, the more it's going to cost you. Right? If it is literally 100% profit, well then nope, not anymore. It's nope, that shit's mine. Fuck you. All right. So, yeah. Like, so it literally just makes it so that you cannot, make things horrifically expensive. Because in doing so, you're just going to be hemorrhaging money. That's what I. That's what I. All right, cool. All right, let's let's actually commit and push, then close the branch and then merge the branch up to main. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Whoa, wait, hold on. Why? Oh, yeah. It's not. I mean, kind of. Um, whatever. This is another reason why I'm doing these things, because this tells me what kinds of things I have to look up. A little concerned. You only stashed changes to the syntax error. Would be a good file to include. Okay. Need to drop down into a new branch to get working on finalizing functionality. What? Oops. What? It wasn't done. What the fuck? Why wasn't it done? Yeah. Good. And yeah, I mean, I could do the good stuff, but also, you know, I'm kind of taking on the role of like, so I don't really care. Like I do, but also fucking don't. Oh, really? Well, really, the big things. Um, well, biggest one I want to handle is thinking out. So, um, test pumpkin spice latte. Um, so let's chapter. Oh, do I want? Oh, I want to have. C1 text um text is okay. So let's start with chapter, as I think it will be the same. Um, I mean, I don't know. Made a chapter. So test it out. Though, actually, I mean, it's not very simple. I mean, I guess as well. I mean, even as is gonna need to, yeah, as and chapter. Right. Yeah. Main thing is structure of chapter is chapter is chapter identifier text display text. All right. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna do that. Right. Um. Check the weekly report. Samsung account. Yeah. Okay. And this, should, what the fuck did this do? Well, I mean, it should clear the display. Show display text. Yeah. Fashion not allowed for free mode. Oh, I was dropping frames at one point. Good to know. Well, how's everyone doing? This is great. This is awesome. Woo! What do I have that set as anyway? Oh, minus 45. Interesting. Quite alpha in linear space. Huh. Oh. Okay. That's something I need to think about. Might do that for blinking. Have static blinking instead of random blinking. Unless I have a bash script or some shit that will swap the names. But it might just load in. It might just load in the memory. I don't know. I will have to check. At some point, I will have to check. Oh, what? No. It'd be fine. I don't know. What the fuck is taking so long? It's not the swap file. Yes. Yes, it is. Chapter Pass. .psl. Specifically, in Hello Rust. I told you where the fuck it was. God damn. There we go. Where's... No. Yes. Fucking god fucking damn it. Quit trying to change my goddamn fucking syntax, dude. No. Fuck. No, that's the entire point. Cool. No. That's the entire point of the double stack. That tags are tags. Therefore, it's resolved as necessary. Therefore, chapter is a context. It takes a yeah. I mean, it takes a text value as a as an argument, and it produces another context. This new context takes a text value and prints it to the console. For fuck's sake! The identifier oh. It's not a special value. It's not a special value. It's just... But it's not. It's not a fucking special value. But it's not though. Why? There's no point. Tags are tags are tags. Tags are tags are tags. Doesn't matter. A tag is a tag. The only thing that matters is that tags are either context or value. That's it. You take the context, look up what that context will do, and then process the arguments. In the case of chapter, the second, the immediate argument just, you know, just gives, just allows for go to find it. The greater context binds the greater context binds the display, binds the display text to the identifier. the fuck it does. All that does is just changes. Necessarily, it's just right. So in the greater scope of yeah, there is no situation in which I don't think there will ever be a situation where we have to have 3 things nested in for it. Right. Like, I seriously doubt that there'll ever be a situation where it's a thing that resolves into a thing that resolves into a thing that resolves into a thing. And then that's the thing that does the thing. Right? It's not something that really exists. The closest thing that we have to that is a list, but we now have directly established lists. So there will only ever be fucking like 3, 2, 3, 2 leading brackets before a keyword. However, be then 2 layers for a context. So really there are context primitives and context and labeled context. Which means that something like chapter will need the primitive logic, primitive logic and the labeled. So a labeled chapter is effectively tag a hidden tag. You have a map with the label as the key and the display text as the value. This way, fun. You can find it easily. And I think go-to should only be there's really no real reason to be to have things, you know, because all I have to do is just have a branch that just skips it. It just skips the go-to, right? Like if you need an option to continue on forward, you just do that. Right. Although I guess there needs to be a way to skip over stuff. You can say that you want to branch it, right? You want to be able to skip over. I'll have to think, right? So, because I feel like there needs to be an easy way to have some kind of stored, you know, script structure or something. Because I also don't really understand the logic, like the way this whole thing is set up. Is really kind of fucking dumb. Right? Yeah. Checker start textual. Checker. Yeah. The map acts as like a navigation thing. Yeah. You're storing start to welcome, ending to end. To the end. Yes. Yes. Correct. I do think this whole thing is like an absolute colossal fucking mess. Not gonna lie. I think this whole parser is kind of dog shit. So. And I think like I do want to do this again. I do want to redo this. Because I wanna remake it. I don't know. Uh, oh yeah, because you already edited it. Alright. Okay. But it should be. No, it's not. Wait. No. Be handled by the validator. That's the point of the validator. I'm not gonna have to fucking erase everything and start all over. I might. Because I might want to do this in a separate way. Basically do pseudocode and have it replaced and have it be replaced by and have the AI replace it. Right? I mean that might be something that I do. I don't bitch. Possibly be good for the plug. I don't know if I like my bed here. I mean, I kind of do. Light it there. Might be nicer. It might be easier to navigate. Be easier to turn on and off. But I'm gonna have the window like right in front of me. I mean, I have left there maybe. Navigating around for the rest of my. I guess I'm gonna have a good place for it. Oh. Yeah, let's see. Okay. Oh. Hmm. Lots of real yeah, this is real riveting. Real riveting. Cool. Okay. Um. How do I run it myself so I can verify? Um. Okay. So let's quit. So I do believe I'm in here, and it is in target Diva. Right. Right, like right here. You know, I can do shell. Oh wait, no. Yeah, because I'm in here. What I want to do is I can do shell. Oh, we're probably probably shouldn't be okay. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Okay. Since we have log files, let's remove the the uh um So yeah, no, I mean, there's a lot of things that I really don't fucking like about this whole project. Picard is kind of getting real fucking messy, but am I gonna run out of tokens? I'm gonna run out of tokens. Fuck. Yeah, I have coffee. Yeah. We gonna run out of tokens? Gonna run out of tokens there, bud? Gonna run out of tokens. Hmm. You Hmm. Red. Yeah, I don't want. Please. the fuck? And debugging. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh no. Oh. Mm. Hmm. Ugh. Ugh. Why? Mm. Mm. Okay. Okay. Um, I might just fucking scrap this whole goddamn path line. Basically say go fuck yourself and start working on doing this whole ass thing, throwing out the entire week worth of work completely out the fuck window. Mm. Alright. Yeah, I do believe, hmm. 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 Well, I guess, hmm. 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 Yo. You know what? Fuck it. Um, you know what? I might just say fuck it. And just say, hey, do the whole fucking thing for me. Right? Based on the specifications, do a whole thing. And then I'll just go. Right? And just see what's bad, why it's bad. I might actually do that. I might actually start doing, why AI code is bad, do a bunch of code reviews. and then do it properly. Alright, what is it about the specification that's it's awful? And then go through and write a specification for it. But I also don't even fucking know how to write a specification. Right? Like, how do I... How do... How do... Like, how? Okay. Going, so let's see. It's really going ham, ain't it? I wonder if it's gonna use up the entire token limit. It's gonna be fucking incredible. I might. I think, yeah, I think I'm gonna go for it. I mean, it's gonna suck. I think, because there's like a lot of shit that needs to happen. Because like I need to actually fix up the what do you call it? I need to actually fix up the my brain ain't braining. Yeah, my brain ain't braining right now. Fucking. Yeah, I need to fix up the documentation. Tag, R tag, R tag. I mean, better. This is some really interesting stuff. Ah. Hmm. Oh, you're finally done. Okay, you're at 75%. Okay. You know what? Given the specifications, the of the card package car scripting language in Rust. And yeah, this is something that you shouldn't do, but I'm gonna do it anyway. This is not a smart idea. This is a terrible idea. And once it's done doing this, I'm gonna go over one, and then because I'm struggling to use the AI in a way that actually fucking helps. I'm fighting with it a lot, so I need to kind of take a step back and figure out what it is, right? So I want to do a handoff, and I'll do it. Right. So it's kind of what I want to do. I just want to see if it's even actually capable of doing this. One of the things that actually after it's done with this, after I run out of tokens on this thread, I'm going to write up like a full test set, right? That'll have that will have like the chapters, the sections, go to options, all that stuff. You know, all the main functionality stuff that I want. And then just kind of hand that off and just be all like, yo, this is also a test thing. This is what it should do. Implement it so that it can do that. So I think that's what I'll do. And then I'll just see, like, I'll see what it comes up with. Then I will take, then I will go in once more. Yeah, because I think what I want to do is go in like once more and do the same thing like full. This was like really good to hash out a lot of the problems with the scripting language, like how I want it to be structured, the kinds of things that I want it to do. This is like more vibe codey. Well, I mean, this is more telling AI what to do. Next, I'm going to basically do like a full-blown fucking vibe code. See what happens. I'm kind of curious. I'm kind of messing around. A lot of this is just killing time because I do want to have, because I think the most useful one is going to be dealing with Obsidian. because I feel like a lot of writers already use Obsidian for note taking and things like that, and formulating how they're, you know, formulating their thoughts and stuff, right? So that is something that I feel like is important and useful. So having that will be super useful. And stuff. So yeah. So that's gonna be like the full card setup. And we'll just see how it works. Right. And why did it fail? Brother. My brother in Christ. Yeah, I mean, it's whatever. Uh, okay. It's not in. It's in there. Okay. I mean, I've completely missed the fucking mark on this project. I feel like I really should just fucking like I've completely like this whole thing is fucking real bad. It's dope. Oh. We done yet? Nope. Nope, not even close. We're at 41%. Okay. I don't know. I mean, I also really don't have any people in chat, so I don't know. I mean, legitimately, I'm just on Reddit right now. I'm just scrolling through Reddit, waiting on this. Like, this isn't even all that fun. Like, I want to see what kinds of things, right? So, at first, I started working on, how I expect to use AI, seeing where that breaks down. Then I'm going to look at, other ways to use AI. And, like, a lot of this isn't just, and a lot of this isn't just using, I've basically already learned it, right? Because I'm not coming from a point of zero. I'm coming from a point of understanding computer science very intimately, right? I already know what the fuck I'm doing. So yeah. Yeah. Mm. Oh. Still going. Yeah, it is still going. I have no idea what the hell it is that I'm gonna be doing. Mm. Yeah, I think I am gonna. I don't know. Because what I'm probably going to end up doing is going into code and basically blocking out the component. Right? I feel like that's going to be more robust. Then I think it's gonna be more robust in the long run. Because I really do, like, I don't want to have to worry about things like, oh, what do you call it? Like the, fucking hell, I don't want to have to worry about, son of a fuck bitch. It's, there's way too fucking much going on there. But, okay, that's incorrect. That should fail. I don't know, I want to, like, I want to be able to use AI better. And whatnot, so. Yeah. So I'll see what it comes up with. Cool. I mean, there's a lot going on here, so. Yeah. This is taking a long ass time. Yeah, I think next time I'm just kind of curious to see what's gonna go on here. Did I update things properly? I don't know. I really don't know. I feel like I should get myself some a little bit of I don't know, pie or something. I feel like I should have like a I don't know, something. Like a bot command or something. What the fuck was that? Shouldn't have been music, I don't think. Probably just the fact that the computer is old as shit. It is still going. Okay, chat. Oh, go get some pie. Yeah. Alright. Yeah, back. This, this is incredible. This is really impressive. I mean, like, at this point, I might as well just have a just chatting. Change it to just chatting while AI does the rest. I mean, again, it allows me to do other shit. I mean, it is really impressive, so I'm okay with it. Hmm. Oh, what was it? Oh, number. Okay. Ugh. Hmm. Uh-huh. I'm not sure as hell is doing stuff. Um. Yeah. Yeah. After this, I'm gonna try it all over again and see where things go. And I'm gonna try it all over again, and I'm just literally gonna hand the project off entirely to AI, and then I'll. I mean, this whole thing is gonna be an absolute fucking mess, right? Um. So I just want to see how much I can automate, how much I can hand off to AI, and a big part of that is handing off the entire thing to AI and seeing where it fails, because it's a terrible idea. Um, right? I want to show just how much of a bad fucking idea it is. Why handing off? Oh, that's so terrible. Man, there is so much wrong with that. So much. I mean, I guess it fucking works. What? What is going on? There's so much happening there. And there's like so many brackets everywhere. There's it's not properly doing shit. Okay, yeah, no, this is not fucking working. Okay. Um, yeah, I think okay. I think oh damn. How am I gonna do this? Because I feel like I should have like an agent's file uh in my root that's just all like, hey, um projects are assumed to be in, you know, home slash project, sorry. Just as like a like yeah. Um like it is literally incorrect. It is not working properly. So one of the things that I want to do is actually have like an actual showcase. You know, showcase.ps. Um, so yeah, this is the first take on it. I have the idea that I want to do. So, well, again, do I want hoisting? How is hoisting going to work? I mean, like it's an execution chain, right? Because each one is a tag, and that gets, you know, as things are like evaluated and shit, it gets boiled up into it gets boiled all the way up into a root node, because the root is the execution chain. The root node, right? The root tag is a special hidden tag that has its own execution chain, right? I mean, monads could be a thing. There's like a lot of different ways of handling it. You could do things completely object oriented. You can do things in a highly procedural way. You can do things in a highly functional way. Like, there's a lot of different ways of handling it. So, yeah. So what I want to do is, like, I want to kind of push the envelope. Again, having a simple, like, this is a thing that can actually work, right? Like, this is the thing that actually fucking works. Or at least it's supposed to, right? So this is a horrific try at, you know, doing the things that I want to do. This is a fucking mess, but that's the whole purpose of this particular project, is to have you know, an executable binary that can take in the scripts, and you know, it can take in the scripts and then it outputs the whole thing. Right? That's like the whole. Yeah. All within 88%. 120k. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to end that one there. I'm going to end the stream. I don't really think much of anyone's. I mean, like, no one's actually been chatting in chat. So I'm going to end the stream and restart it. And kind of like talk about things as I see, because like the next thing that I want to do is have like, I kind of want to see what's going on, where things are going, how things are moving, what's actually, you know, etc., etc., etc. So there's like a lot of stuff there that I want to check. Jesus, I freaking nailed that shit, yo. Yeah, I fucking nailed it. But anyway, yeah. So evaluation error operation. Yeah. And again, I think the actual find out this shit. What is this shit, right? Um. So all that stuff. Bad. A lot of these things are like defines, yada yada yada, etc. So I guess defines should be done in strange ways or some shit. I don't know. You know, other fucking shit. Aragorn and Gandalf. Okay. Sure, buddy. That's whatever floats your boat there, bud. Deeper, you're a fan of what are you a fan of I had cleared out an entire goddamn thing for you. I'm not spending $10 fucking on your stupid ass, no. I'm gonna be doing that in order to troubleshoot a bunch of other shit. That's what I use that for. Because this shit's incorrect. There should be another bracket before the colon. This needs to be between these two. Yeah, I know you're roasting. I know you're very hot. I know. That's a lot of work. Streaming is very, very, very stressful on you. On your Core i5 Intel inside. Yeah, let's give you a little bit more air there, buddy. Give you a little bit more air. I've also noticed that a lot of, like, watching a lot of programming streamers, a lot of the actual development is very slow because trying to develop and talk at the same time is incredibly difficult to achieve. I'm sure it's actually possible, but you kind of have to be a little bit goated in programming in order to be looking at chat and be typing stuff out. I'm still working on ways of holding my wrist so I don't put as much strain on it, other things like that, because I am going to be eventually doing a lot of actual manual typing and actual programming and things like that, because I'm still kind of figuring out exactly what kind of format that I want for my streams, things like that. Like, no one's watching this shit anyway, so I can get away with fucking around and finding it, right? That's the whole point. I don't mind fucking around, right? Because I can just fuck around for shit. I can fuck around with how I structure my streams. Like, what is it? Like, is it looking the way that I want it to? Right? Things like that. Because I would also love to have my PNG be in the terminal as well. You know, probably have to set the character size to something specific, but you know, that's something. Like I could set the character size to something very small so that I can read it in and parse it in, yada yada yada, all that shit. But then, how the fuck am I gonna actually update it with voice? I'm gonna have to bind into the microphone and have it update on that. Maybe check it every couple of whatever, and just, or instead of actually having a full buffer come in, just like the average volume or something. I don't fucking know. Right? Like, there's a lot that I could be doing with it. Twitch chat in the actual console would be super awesome. However, it means that I won't be able to have the emojis unless I have a particular font or some other, like the Twitch emoji. Well, actually, no, I can't have the Twitch emojis because they are literal PNGs, right? And I'm not gonna be able to import that shit, right? Like those aren't gonna show up, which might be fine. Because if that's the part that's going to be in the actual stream itself, I don't necessarily need to show everyone's emojis and shit. Or all the messages of welcome to the chat room, welcome to the chat room, welcome to the chat room, reconnecting, yada yada yada, all that shit. A lot of it's a bunch of fucking bullshit. So having those kinds of error checking and other things like that, like this right here, right now, it's connecting to the chat. I don't necessarily need to notify viewers that it's connected to chat. I mean, I guess that might be a good thing. I could have like some kind of tag or something like that. Like reconnecting. Right? I could do something like that, so it's very apparent when things aren't going right. So that if you type something in chat, you can tell, oh, okay, it's reconnecting. It's not going to show up, and then it's going to show up. Right? That's something that so that I don't have these messages in chat that says welcome to the chat, because as it stands right now, it is simply a it's just a browser. It's just a browser source. So I don't have access to like really like redirecting a bunch of stuff, right? I don't have access to checking all those things, and now it's done. Cool. Right. So oh, it's release and debug. Uh-huh. Let's see how bad the fucking syntax is here. Fucking awful. Yeah, it's completely forked. Okay, so for one, it was unable to manage the yeah, it was unable to manage proper syntax. So there's that. Hmm. Let's see. All right. So what's the to try it out for myself? So it was able to do it in one. No, I. Okay. Thank you. Cargo run test showcase. Okay, so it failed. So, time for something. How would I do this, right? Because I need to know, because all this shit's fucking wrong. These are incorrect. So I could go in, I mean, as a way to test things, I think I'm gonna do that, right? Because that needs to be there, set and fine there. Because a lot of these are going to have not very many. Not only that, but this is also a oh wait, because I don't need, because of the way that it's structured, I don't technically I don't need it, right? Do that. Because I need to do this, right? game. I'm gonna do that first. I'm gonna see if that's something that it can handle. First of all, excellent work. However, a few notes. One, the syntax for fine and set are incorrect. I've fixed it in the first section. Reflect these changes for the rest of the test showcase .tsl file. Two, it does not wait for input on chapters. Can you fix these issues? And then hand off. Yeah, no, like seriously, like at this point, I'm just fucking around and having fun. I mean, have I completely missed the mark? But I'm so goddamn off, right? Like I'm so far away from the whole purpose of this Git repo that it doesn't fucking matter at this point. I'm just fucking around and having fun, right? Like you can be creative and you can have fun doing stupid shit, and that's what I like to do. So I'm gonna do a bunch more stupid shit, fucking around with the AI and everything. And yeah, so. What is going on here? What? Frozen. Does it respond? Whoops. Hopefully I didn't fuck it. What the hell? What? What the fuck? what is going on though? Because it's like, it's acting super strange right now. Like, okay. I don't know where the fuck that is. What do you have? Yeah, let's do. Oh, this isn't Rush. Fuck. Switch. Um. Still looking for shit here. Okay, that works. I'm just gonna overlook that real quick. And yes, I do use AMP to do configs and troubleshooting and other. Could I do so by not that one? Okay. Well, take a look at this again. Yeah, no, it's not quite close, but not quite. Yeah, because this is still broken. The arithmetic operators are still very fucking broken. Alright. Because I fixed the next section. Alright. Fix that section. It's really fucking struggling with this shit, right? Because here we also have, like, this is fucking horrific. What the fuck is going on here? Why is this? What the fuck is happening here? I mean, you could, but this is a goddamn nightmare. And yet again. What the fuck? Yeah, the arithmetic operators. Okay, I mean, a lot of this is fucking horrific to read. I don't like it. Um, Namely, the fact that, there are still a lot of extra where there don't need to be. So I guess yeah. Thank you. Also, I mean, uh, load file. Alright, so we have what? Let's see. Yeah, there's a lot of that is correct. That is I mean that that is correct. I mean that is correct syntax for this purpose. So yeah. Yeah. There is quite a lot here, so that does technically work. I just don't like how many fucking shits it has, right? Here. Yeah, there's still a few more with some of the defines. Yeah, some of the defines still have. There's still a few dangling defines that are malformed. Yeah. Looks like a lot of the. It looks like a lot of the nested define blocks are malformed with extra at the end of them. I can do that. Alright. Oh! One of the things that it could do is have a special case. Right? Because yeah. There we go. That looks better. Did you fix the not holding for user inputs? I oh. Yeah, and I also had the memory of a fucking goldfish. Okay. Or so let's do cargo test showcase. Fuck happened there? Let's get out of that one. CD projects plus CD hello Rust. Thank you. Run pumpkin spice latte. It looks like it does not run properly anymore. You take a look and debug. Like I'm doing this in a way to just kind of fucking handle it, right? Because if I can get the functionality proper, if I can get the functionality working, then it doesn't fucking matter how I get there, right? That is what a lot of people say. As long as it is thoroughly tested and verified. The actual tippity-typeting doesn't fucking matter. So this is like a super hybrid, right? This is the initial hybrid. This is the hybrid path, right? Me fucking around and seeing what happens. So blue blue blue. And this is another thing that's going on, because this is telling me like what kind of thing. Mm-hmm. I don't really know what the fuck is going on here. I mean, it is technically still throwing those in as, you know, fucking tokenization, right? But I'm sure there's better ways. Fucking works. Really fucking hate that shit. Okay. I don't know how much longer I want to be fucking. I mean, I guess I could just keep on going until. I guess I could just keep on going until I end it, right? Because I really fucking hate that shit though. Because really, it's just like a mode switching kind of thing, right? Like, it just switches mode. It's like a modal parser. It's fine. I like the modal parser. Where the fuck did the battery go? Where did I put it? I don't remember. Mm-hmm. Because there's just a lot of it's a modal operation. Like all of it's just a fucking modal thing. Oh, I don't know. Yeah. Hmm. It's struggling. Interesting. Yeah, do I want to? Or do I want to switch over and start getting the that's because I could. Alright. Because what I could do here is oh, what I could do is while this is doing its thing, and once it either runs out of fucking shit or stops or finishes or whatever the fuck it is, what I'm gonna do is go over here into GitHub. Because I'm curious, right? I'm curious. I'm a fucking computer scientist. All right, I do computer science. So again, like I'm probably gonna end up ending the stream and restarting it, and so I can rename the stream. So that things will be a lot easier. Right? Because I like experimenting. I'm deeply curious as to what what can AI actually what can AI actually is it actually I'm just struggling to find GitHub though. Guess I'm just gonna have to wait for that. Okay. What the fuck? Huh. Weird. Yeah, and if the stream looks a little blurry to you, it's because the resolution is mismatched. It's not a clean resolution change. I would prefer to have a clean resolution, but these are not the possible. Because if I go native resolution, OBS has a fucking stroke. So, yeah. So I need to downscale. Yeah, I need to downscale it all. And if I do native resolution and downscale it in OBS, then you can't read the goddamn thing. So I downscaled my actual display, and it's not a clean downscale. Which sucks. 69%. Nice. Again, I feel like yeah, why is this not fucking going, dude? Yeah, github.com. Go. That's taking forever, dog. Because this shit doesn't end soon. Well, I mean, it's either gonna run out of tokens or it's gonna complete. So whatever happens first. Alright. Yeah. Um. Yeah, either it's gonna finish or it's going to. I mean, it would be nice to see, like, how well things actually work. Because, like, I'm really curious I mean, like I said, I'm really curious about the actual capabilities of Ant especially like the free version, how I can use it in my workflow to help me out or my needs. So right now I really am just playing around, right? And I want to play around with something simple that I know, because I know exactly how I would implement all this, right? Because I would have, the stack, I'd have the double stack and and an operator slot, I think I would have. All right. Because the operator needs to be able, because I need to be able to swap the position of it. And in order to swap the position, you need you need 3 spots, right? I think. Because you can have put down A, put down the operator, and you put the token on top of the operator. Because the operator needs to be at the bottom, is what needs to happen, right? And of the main stack. Oh, you have the token, right? You have the token, and then you have the operator. The operator comes into the stack, but since it needs to be at first, it immediately goes into the working directory, into the working stack. It's not gonna work. Yeah, there needs to be a holding. Right, there needs to be a holding. Because there's no way to only use those 2 steps properly. Yeah. Unless you're operating in the actual main stack itself. So it's finally done with that. Let's see. Okay. Let's do another one. V2. Let's do MIT lessons. That works. Yeah, so let's do yeah. Okay. So that's fine. Yeah, so this whole thing is kind of not quite working properly, right? Okay. That's fine. Hello Rust. Is this it? Right? So we have We have that in here, but we don't have. Yeah, we have the project tracker, but we don't have a. Yeah, because we have like a sketchpad.txt for over sketchpad. Sketch. That's definitely how you. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's. Sure. Yeah, sure. Sure. Yeah, sure. Sure. Yeah, super. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So we got the ticker. Yeah, we got the equips. So we got the project tracker, but I think, yeah, let's just go into projects. Dar, oh, actually, yeah, let's do AMP. Yeah, let's go under AMP. Oh, no. Yeah. Let's do make dar Picard V1, right? Picard V1. Jesus. Touch, notes.md, touch, what is it? Baseline dot PSL. I like my pumpkin spice latte, so I'm gonna keep the extension. Because I can name it whatever the fuck I want. Woo! Again, I'm just doing this the bad way until I figure out, so I can find out why it doesn't work, so I can solve those issues, so I can do better. That's the great thing about science. You're not trying to do something to prove yourself right, you're trying to do something to prove yourself wrong. I have the assumption that AI is fucking dog shit and shouldn't be used in your workflows. Really. At least not in its entirety. But so I'm using AI to try and prove myself wrong. And not typing as much has been super helpful. It's been super great. So that's something that I'm keeping in mind. Is use AI as an accessibility tool for my particular use case, and I want to be able to expand on that and do that more in something more useful. And in order to do that, I'm going to find out what its capability is. So I don't think it's going to do a very good job of this, so that's what I'm doing. So AI notes baseline. Oh, actually, I should do. What I should do is add a README. Note this is predominantly for. Right. Note. This project is mainly to test the capabilities of the AI tools I have at my disposal. Therefore, this project will be almost entirely handled via AI. Yep. Commit changes. Starter read. Is there like a save shit? Is there a save? Okay. Yeah. Read me -1. What do you fucking mean? What's going on? Oh, okay. So okay. No, it did do the thing. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Alright, cool. There's that. So it has the license, it has the MD, has the doobly-doo with the doobly jam. Cool. I need to AI notes and baseline PSL. So the baseline PSL is going to be fucking what? I need clear. That just makes things a lot fucking easier. So, right. It's Control S to go directly into the shell and do stuff there. Which actually means I can clear all that and close that. Because here, what I can do is I can go okay. Oh, bloody hell. Yeah. Ranger. Yeah, here we could do card. Right, because here, yeah, I could do that. Right. So I can do that. So baseline.psl. So we can do something along these lines, right? We have, so we could do what character main. Oh wait, no, this is a define. Okay. Define. Character main. And this is also that. So I could do that, and then here I can do, set set attribute name text. Set attribute name text. What actually do we need? Actually, I want this to be stats. Yeah, text. Hero. Define. Container. Bag. Here, we can do attribute. Set attribute sword item set attribute books number 3 set attribute money number 10.25 set. Oh wait, actually, yeah, item number text. Right. We have that. So we have that. Cool. That works. We have the attribute. Oh, flag. Flagadoo, Flurgan. Right. Flurgan. Ah. Alright, because what I can do here is I can do set attribute is available to flag on. Right. So that'll do that. Cool. Okay. Here we can say an example of a character definition along with the different data types and variable types. Right. So we can do that, right? That will work. So we have the example of the of all that stuff. So again, basically what I'm doing is I'm just writing an example thing and being all like, hey, make this thing work. Right? Make this work in the way that I described. So the bigger thing that I want to try and hold is figure out what kind of branching strategy. I kind of want it to be like choose a branching. I want it to choose its own branching strategy. I want it to uphold that branching strategy. I want it to debug shit. I want it to leave notes for itself. Right. So that it can document things along the way. To create a specification document, right? I want it to create a specification so that users can learn how to use the language, as well as do other stuff. Right? So there's that. So I guess here we could say what? Chapter beginning. In the beginning, right. So here, no needed. The string is implied. Okay. So now we can say yeah. Now that needed. As that. Okay. Oh, as chapter beginning. Yeah. Yeah, so this is a thing that, right, like, I don't know what kind of stuff that I'd be able to, like, incrementally do things. It doesn't really matter because in the way that I would want to do things. And again, like, I'm not going to this is going to be, like, fully hands-off. I'm going to say, hey, here's the documentation that I have. Here's an example script with comments, things like that. Here it is. Make it a thing, right? Make it work the way that it's supposed to. Okay. So here I could say, Oh yeah, no, this is perfect. Because what I want to do is say character main um, attribute main as character main attribute main um, do I want that? Or do I want to say from? Or do I want to go in here and say from character main attribute name? Okay. From character main attribute name. Be a lot easier to fucking parse, that's for damn sure. Right. I mean, chaining this might be a little bit bad. I mean, I'll see. Here, I want to say, well, title the text. So title the text. As the main characters so here well, I mean, that's actually not necessarily true, right? Because I could do, you know, text. And then here. You know, instead of doing that there, you know, I could say, you know, what? Where? Where? Indentation. Do I care about indentation? That's right. Do I want that though? Right. Because here, what I can do is, you know, what? Where am I? This does simplify syntax, but it might make things like paragraphs and stuff like that more difficult to manage. Right? Because how am I going to handle paragraphs? Like that's a legitimate question, right? Alright. What should I do? Oh, I feel like I should have hmm. Um, right. So here what I could do is I could do display text. What should I do? And then text, what should I do? Alright, display text, what should I do? And then here, you know, I can have a option text. Start over, and this is go to, and this is chapter beginning. Next is option text. Right. So we have a display block. That's actually kind of nice because it'll display the text, it'll display the options, do all that stuff, which is good. Continue on. And then this is a go to, you know, section, continue. That, and then here we'll have a section, continue. Oh, actually, section continue is not displayed. This is a chapter marker. Well, display what the display text reads and wait for user input to continue. Section continue. No special display properties, but does clear the screen before moving on. Here we could say clears screen and displays given text as well as a list of following tags. Yeah, so we can do this. Continue. Again, a lot of this is very verbose. And I'm leaving a lot of comments and stuff specifically because go fuck yourself. And AI is supposed to be reading all this shit and just understand it, right? So, alright. Here we have a list of options, And this list is displayed and takes user input to select one to. Okay, cool. So we have the section continue. We have that. Alright. This is why I really don't like doing a lot of stuff by hand, because I'm starting to feel very overwhelmed. Which is fine. I got this. I'm okay. Because I would really like to be able to just have the AI fill this out. But that's okay. I don't need it to. Fine. I can have it do what it's supposed to do. I can have it do what it's supposed to do. And it's okay. It is. Okay. Yes. One thing that I forgot to. Actually, no, it doesn't matter. Yeah. Oh, I was supposed to. Fucking whatever. It's fine. I was supposed to stop streaming and restart it, but it's fucking whatever. It's okay. It's okay. I got this. I got this. It's okay. It's okay. I'm okay. You're okay, Ketu. You're okay. You're okay, Ketu. You got this. It's not that bad. It's not that hard. You can do it. Why would that make a developer a bad partner? You want someone to debug your feelings. You want that. You want debugging feelings. Debugging feelings is good. Okay. Fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. If I keep saying it, either A, I'll start believing it, or B, it will actually happen. Either way, I win. Alright. Okay. So, what am I gonna do here? Right. Well, what exactly am I gonna do here? So, what is it that I'm gonna do? Alright, fine. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Um. Bit more include matic operators, conditionals. I don't necessarily want to do that though. Do I? I mean, I can. Well, I mean, I could just have it do it and then just start a new thread all over to complete it. Right? Because what I could do is I could just say, hey, here's the thing. Do the thing, right? So I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do it that way. Because again, I'm really struggling. I'm getting very overwhelmed. Um, yeah, I'm getting fucking horrifically overwhelmed. Um, or because I could also, I mean, because like here, because I could do as blank do fucking text, right? I won't start ha ha ha. What the fuck is going wrong here? Oh, that's what's going wrong. I'm trying to plug in the back of my knee. It's irritating it, making it super itchy. Yeah, overstimulation is great. Fucking love overstimulation. That's another thing that AI helps me with a lot is overstimulation. It reduces how much stimulation I'm getting, which is super helpful. um, um, items hold no data. They simply exist or don't. Um, yeah, I could do that. I could do that. What now? I'm just gonna leave that there, just because. Get fucked. Right. Fuck yourself. I'm gonna have these things like that. It doesn't really bother me very much. I am going to want to have better syntax highlighting or something like that. Right? I can have AMP change the syntax highlighting for me. That's something. If I know how it's structured, then I can go in and do it myself. But I don't need to. Well, actually, I'm gonna have AMP do it anyway. It's gonna write the whole fucking thing, and then it's gonna update the thing for the syntax highlighting, yada yada yada, all that shit. And again, this is not the final product. This is just so I can understand how to use AI to help me. What it is that it does that is factually beneficial to me. Right. To me. Me personally. What is it that it can do to help me? That's what AI is supposed to do, is fucking help. It's supposed to help. What it's supposed to do is help. Not hurt. So the part that I want to do is the thinky bit. I want the AI to do the typey bit. So I'm gonna have thinky bit here. And I'm also gonna see what it is. I'm going to do a code review so I can see what kind of improvements I can make on it, and then I'm going to. So I tried using the AI as the IDE and just kind of reviewing the code, looking over the code, seeing how that's working. That didn't really feel right. It also kind of caused a bunch of problems, I noticed. So I'm switching over to letting the AI do everything. And then next I'm going to basically have more, I write more stuff and then have it kind of troubleshoot and like reorganize and refactor, right? And then I think what's going to end up happening is I write some kind of segment that gets replaced by the AI in place. Kind of like, hey, here, do these things. Here, do these things. So I'm going to do a code review after each of these kinds of segments, right? So that's something I'm going to do. Because I think that's going to be largely the best way to handle these things, right? So yeah. I don't know. Moving on to the next part. What do now? Right. You know, because we can have an if wait, how do I check if it exists? Because I really love if thing, right? Do an existence check, right? Um, if um, from character main container bag attribute attribute sword if I have that. Alright. So I have from what? There we go. Yeah. Because here it is and exists. If exists then it is an option text swing forward. Fuck, dude, I can't. I'm gonna do that because I can't. Yeah, I'm starting to. Okay, so roles and maintain documentation, create and maintain agents ID not included in. Well, actually, fuck it. Yeah. To include it. Um. Oh hey. Good. How's it going? I like fucking hella missed you. I wish there was a bloop bloop for whatchamacallit, messages in chat. How's it going? How's it going, Orc? How you doing? Doing alright today? I'm struggling to exist, to be honest. That's okay, that's why I have AI. Yeah, I'm kinda planning to learn crystalling. Don't know what crystalling is. I have not heard of it. But yeah, right now I'm kind of setting up a project, and like I just kind of half-assed finished up the project that I was doing. And it's not quite working the way that I want it to, and getting it to work the way that I want it to in the manner in which I was doing it is going to be a colossal pain in my ass. So now I'm exploring other tool chains that incorporate AI. Right now I'm exploring the tool chain of hand AI everything and have it do everything for me, right? So it's going to be a complete fucking nightmare. It's not going to work well. This is a terrible idea. But I want to see where the failure. But I want to find the failure points, right? So that when I finalize my tool chain, I can do things properly. I'm noticing that I'm getting very, very overwhelmed very easily when doing a lot of the creative side of things, and like thinking ahead of like what kind of tokens do I need to include in my what kind of tokens do I need to include in my stuff, right? Like, because I want to have a baseline script file that is known, which is like it's a baseline of known, functional, understandable syntax. Right? It is a static. It is a reference point for proper syntax and things like that, right? So I can say, "Hey AI, here's here's the here's proper syntax for this thing. Write the parser in the executor for me." Right? I want to be able to do that, and in order to do that, I need to give it a strong example that I have to write myself. And I'm noticing that it's becoming incredibly difficult for me to finish even writing that. Just because I see the wall of text, and then in my mind's eye, I see another, 10,000 lines of code, which I know isn't there. It's not going to be that long. It's not going to be that bad, but my brain likes to catastrophize shit, which is why I want to return to AI in the first place. So I can stay on track. I feel that AI is an incredibly powerful tool, and it's just sadly being misused, and I want to use it properly. It's kind of like where that's pretty much where I'm at now, because I still need to figure out what I'm going to do with my other laptop. I'm still kind of tweaking and figuring out what my streams are going to be like, what kind of workflow are my streams going to be, because like I feel like a lot of this is going to be, at least for like towards the beginning here, a lot of it's going to be basically code review of AI bullshit and explaining why it's not good to wholly rely on AI, because I seriously doubt that this is going to turn out well. I could be wrong. I don't know. Maybe the AI bros are onto something or something. I really don't know. I really don't know. And I still think it's hilarious that, a lot of the arguments that people have against AI in like the art scene literally flatly don't apply to programmers. because like a lot of it is uh a lot of it is, you know, like, well, it's just stealing other people's work. Like that's not fair. And programmers are all like, that's what I do anyway. You know, you know what I mean? Like, what do you, what the fuck do you think? Like, what do you think Stack Overflow is, bro? Like, I already steal everyone else's work. So like that's literally a non-issue in the programming scene. You know, but the issue is that people are pushing the prod, or letting, you know, AI push the prod without review. It's pushing to prod without review, which is a fundamentally bad idea regardless of how large your damn, you know, setup is. Even just a singular person, I review before I push the prod. I'm testing constantly before I push. You know, I don't commit and push until I know that the current state of the project is in a functioning order. Like, that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to look over your code. You're supposed to look over your code, your coworker's code, your underling's code, your intern's code. Guess what? AI is your coworker, your underling, your intern. Like, maintain your shit properly. Jesus Christ. You know, like that's where I'm under the assumption that that's where a lot of the problems with AI generated code lie. Is that people, you know, human beings are not reviewing the code that it generates, and they're just blindly pushing. And I think that is my assumption, and I want to test my assumption and see if that is correct or not. So I'm kind of allowing AI to have full reign of this version of this project to see where things go wrong. Right? Like I'm curious to see like where it all goes wrong. What parts does it not do good, right? Kind of like where I'm at. Yeah, no. Tell me what crystalling is about, because I have no idea what that is. I'm curious. I like languages, like other programming languages and stuff. But what is crystalling? Because I don't know what that is. Codebase, create and maintain the specifications. This should be based on the given, what is it? Baseline.dsl file. Yeah. AI notes D. Be based on specifications documented. Leave notes for yourself to reference. To persist between threads. What else? Operate mostly autonomously, asking questions when needed. um, is to create an interpretor for the card. Easy because it's easy to add libraries. Pulls directly from GitLabs or GitHubs, not needing to rely off some big database as stuff to use. It's a Ruby Lang. I want to deal with memory management. Yeah, I mean, I've been dealing with like C++ for so long. I mean, actually, not even all that long. I don't know. Just something about manual memory management with C++ just kind of clicked super quickly for me for some reason, and so it literally doesn't bug me. But I also totally understand a lot of people's stances on, you know, having to effectively write your own garbage collector and shit, or having to use more modern ideologies and ideas and features in the language in order to properly maintain your memory. I understand that is like a huge wall to overcome. So I totally get that, especially like between stack versus heap and having to deal with all that stuff is super complicated. Which is one of the reasons why I kind of like Rust, because I still get like the feel of the manual memory management, which again I personally don't. It doesn't bother me at all. In some regards, I kind of sort of prefer it, because then I can make sure that I have things in the proper scope, and I can when so that when I'm cleaning certain objects up, I can have not just the freeing of the memory, but also managing any other attributes elsewhere, or notify that something is being destroyed, so I can take care of flags and other parts of the code, and etc., etc. Especially for like game creation, making games from the ground up. C++ is really fucking nice for that. But I'm also looking at Rust, because Microsoft is really starting to piss me off, and one of the main reasons why I'm tying Microsoft into C++ is because Microsoft is almost entirely Microsoft that's maintaining the language. So the best environment to develop in C++ is Visual Studio, because it has a lot of package management built in. It has a lot of GitHub integration built in. It has by far the best, autocomplete and yada yada, and syntax highlighting, all that stuff already built in. The Visual Studio pipeline and dev chain and development environment for C++ is absolutely unparalleled. It is the best that you can get your hands on. But with the addition of Copilot being forcefully integrated into Visual Studio, and the fact that you have to pay for it in order to there is no infinite free option, unless you're running an agent locally, which I can't do if I'm streaming and the laptop is already 5 years old. Like, I'm not going to be able to handle things. It's going to take 10,000 years to get a response. Right? I have to defer the agent off-site. I can't do it locally. I do not have the hardware to manage it. So I can't be doing that. And once I run out of tokens for Copilot, yeah, sure, IntelliSense will tell me that, oh, hey, this is, this is improper. Like, this isn't gonna work. But good luck fucking fixing it, because I'm not gonna tell you, because you have to pay for it. Like, that kind of mentality is one of the most infuriating things that I've ever had the displeasure of dealing with. So I'm just like, you know what, fuck you. I'm gonna I'm gonna find other tool chains. So I've discovered AMP. I really like so since I'm on this 15-year-old computer, the only thing that'll run on it is Linux. And with that, I can cut out a lot of the overhead by switching to i3 or a tile window manager, and from there I can operate the vast majority of things through CLI tools, which means that I can make everything look like a terminal, and I can make the aesthetics of my stream look very specific towards terminal only kind of look. And it looks really cool, and that's kind of like what's dictating the kinds of things that I'm doing for myself. So yeah, and that's why I'm like looking into Rust, looking into AMP, looking into Rust, seeing what I can do. Oh, that's a really cute. That's this really cute joke. And I love the ticker at the bottom that, I had AMP write for me, and I also even had it write all the clips. Most of them are actually pretty good. It's pretty cool. Yeah. Why did the developer go broke? Because he used up all his cash. Yeah. .NET and TPM and secure boot. Yeah, anti-security measures. Like, there's a lot of things that TPM does and secure boot. It's really, yeah. Wait, what? Oh, that's super frustrating. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, I don't know what the hell. I really do not understand what the hell. Yeah, I really don't know what is going on with Microsoft. Whoever is in charge of Microsoft right now, flipped through Computer Science for Dummies and then is now acting like an expert. They helped set up a printer for their grandmother one time, and now think that they can run an entire, one of the largest and arguably most important tech companies on the face of the fucking planet. And they're really dropping the ball. They are literally pissing off every reason to own a Windows computer. Every single user that Windows is supposed to be for, the very people, the use case for Windows is dropping the ball for at every single fucking turn. They're pissing off the developers, they're pissing off the gamers, they're pissing off the business people, they're pissing off the legacy users, they're pissing off the security heads, they're pissing off literally fucking everybody. Everyone is getting pissed off at Windows. They're absolutely dropping the ball at every single possible term. Every reason why I loved Windows back in the day, they're literally just giving me a giant middle finger. Customization, right? Having control over my system. Oh, that's not a fucking thing anymore. Being able to easily navigate my system, my configuration. The new settings windows in settings system is fucking dog shit. Literally, there are 1,000 different ways of handling things. Feeling like I own my system. Well, that's not a fucking thing anymore. Putting ads in my damn Windows menu? What the fuck is that? Why are you putting ads in my start menu? No, fuck off. No. I'm already paying for a license to use the damn operating system. Why the fuck are you serving me advertising? Right? What the hell is that shit? Like, yo, buddy, what are you doing? It's fucking baffling. They're just huffing their own farts at this point. It's so infuriating. Like, I'm so glad that I've always held Linux in my back pocket. You know, I've completely written off Mac OS X. Completely written off Apple. As soon as I started to look at their, you know, the instant that I noticed their incredibly parasitic business practices, I'm just like, you know what? If you want to be an Apple head, you want to be a Mac lover, you know, and just be an absolute, you know, Apple lover to the day you die, be preyed on. You know what? It's survival of the fittest. At that point, it's a stupid tax. And I'll mean, be a victim of that. You know, if you don't want to open up your eyes and actually look at, you know, how that company is actually operating, then by all means, you do you, boo-boo. Okay? That's fine. Fine by me. I'm not going to be a part of it. Right? And Windows is starting to become, and Macintosh is starting to become the same thing. You know, they're starting to become more and more proprietary. It's being harder and harder for you know, computer manufacturers to package with Windows. For one, you know, and back in the day when you bought a laptop, it came with a license for Windows as part of the package deal. Now that's not really a thing anymore. Like, I have to subscribe to use Microsoft Word? Go fuck yourself. No. Nah, dog, like, I'm not doing that shit. I will find every single way in my power to not deal with it. And it's really hilarious to see all these, you know, Linux haters just because they want to hate on Linux and like, oh, I don't want to use LibreOffice. Then use Google Docs. It's what I use anyway because I'm not paying for fucking Microsoft. I'm not paying for Microsoft Office. Fuck that shit. I'm finding other ways. And LibreOffice isn't the only Office thing for Linux. Yeah, an agent system that can scan your files, perform tasks while you're away. Yo. No, I'm not okay with that. Like, I have given AMP. Yeah, I'm not fucking happy with that. That's a bunch of really stupid shit. You know, like, I would be happy to have a partition, like an install of Windows 11, so that I could play League of Legends. Like, that's basically all that I'm gonna use it for. And even still, it might not even be worth it then. I might just go to finding other fucking MOBAs. Learn Dota 2. Maybe. At that fucking rate. Like, I'm gonna have to talk to my wife about it. Because there's a lot of things that I really don't want to be a part of if that's gonna be the route that Microsoft is gonna take. Because at that rate, if the only reason why I'm holding on to Windows 11 is so that I can play League of Legends, which also has a kernel level anti-cheat, you know, I don't know, dude. Using Windows Insider, it's somewhat active there. I don't know. Like, I've handed AMP full access. Right. AMP has that level of access, but I've given it permission to. Right? And it's also Linux. there's a lot less damage that it can do. Like, Linux is super robust. Windows is not. You sneeze wrong and Windows breaks. You know? Linux is a lot more robust against shit like that. Like, you can break it super easily if you're fucking stupid. You know? I've had AMP do a lot of basically system level config changes and shit for me. You know? Because it just makes my life easier. You know? It also fundamentally, also the free version doesn't require help with training. Windows doesn't need to tell you if it's training its models on your system. It can just do that without your permission. At any time, they can start doing that. And it's very likely that they already are planning on absolutely doing that as part of the quote-unquote fee for having an AI system that they forced upon you without your fucking consent. No, I mean, AI isn't bad. It's just, you know, AI is and harder to control though. Yeah, P6 or S16. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of, like, AI is a tool that people are misusing, thoroughly misusing. You know, they're looking at AI and going, "Oh, it could solve all my problems," and they just expect it to be able to solve all of your problems flawlessly. That's why I'm running these tests. That's why I'm testing the systems that I have access to. That's why I'm saying, okay, I'm going to approach this in the way that I think would work well. I've discovered that it doesn't work well, and I've identified a lot of the points, the point of failures and ways to patch those up, right? And that's why I'm doing this test. That's why I'm running this test. It's the same problem that it's trying to solve, right? I have a interactive novel scripting language that I want it to produce, and I want it to be able to handle the parser and lexer and all that shit its own way. This is a project that I've already done. I've already done this problem. I've already solved this problem. I already have the solution. That's why I'm doing it again. Right? It took me 2 days. It took me a weekend one time to do this in C#. Right? Like, it took me literally a weekend to do this. So I should be able to do it again with AI stupid fucking easily. I want to see where the points of failures are, because this is a tool. I need to understand how the tool fucking works in order to not cut off my goddamn thumbs. Right? Like, I'm operating a skill saw. I'm operating a skill saw here. I'm operating a fucking table saw. You know, where's my little, you know, wood pusher and my safety goggles? I'm putting on that shit first, but I need to find that shit first in order to put them on and wear them so I can be safe and operate these tools properly without doing damage to myself or others. People are just throwing planks of wood on the damn table saw and wondering why it's shooting 2x4s through their fucking walls. Like, no, yeah, no shit. Yeah, no fucking shit. Because you don't know what you're doing. Okay? Yes. Very capable. Very useful. You can do a lot with the table saw. Don't turn your 2x4s into fucking projectiles. God fucking damn it. Like, that's why we have these safety tools. That's why we have protocol. People aren't even bothering to learn what the fuck the protocol is. A lot of it's because it's not, you know, a lot of it is because it's not written anywhere. Because no one's actually taking the time to sit down and find out what the proper protocol is supposed to be when dealing with AI. Everyone's just like, oh, just figure it out your own fucking self. Ask AI to do it. Like, that's, you're asking a table saw how not to shoot 2x4s through your fucking forehead. God damn, it's so aggravating. It's so infuriating. Oh, All right, back to this. Uh, you know, and I'm also like finding out what my you know, and I'm also doing this so I can find out where my limitations are. You know, what do I need AI to be able to do? Um, you know, um, being, you know, I need to, uh, and you know, I want to be able, you know, because like I want to be able to focus on chat. I want to be able to focus on my own things. I want to be able to not have to worry about being overwhelmed and overstimulated. Um, I am not very good at saying one thing and typing something else. It's kind of something that I want to practice on, actually. Because it'd be really cool to just be casually typing something and like reading chat, basically. That would be incredible, and I think AI would be able to help me with that to some extent. Um, you know, um, you know, it's, um, uh, right. So I want to be able to do more easily. That's what AI is for. So, you know, um, so I can do that. Because I want to have, you know, the baseline, few things. Because this stuff here, yeah. Because what I'm probably going to end up doing is having AMP finish this up. Right? Finish up this baseline. Take a look at the AI notes and then finish up the baseline. So, you know, I want is to take a look at v1 in the projects directory and finish up the baseline.psl for me. I will go in and fix any syntax errors. Right, like it's, I don't know, like I understand why a lot of people are upset with generative AI in the context of the writing sphere, and not just the writing sphere, but also like not just with writing, but also in, you know, art, images. Right? So you know, so like these are all things that, you know, like I would want to have things right. Hmm. So like there's a lot of really fucking cool things here. Oh. Ah. Yeah, subtract ad. I mean, that's thing. But also, I noticed that a lot of people, it seems like a lot of people, like, I don't know if, like, I'm trying to, because, like, I looked at, He Who Shall Not Be Named, Pirate Software. Like, I've seen what kinds of things are done in his streams, because he has been by far one of, if not the most successful, you know, game development and game and software development streamer on Twitch, and unfortunately, his streams are not game development not game nor software development. So it's, you know, very disingenuous to have that kind of title. He's very good at engaging, having, you know, viewer retention and engagement. Very good. But I want to have actual progress on my stream. I've noticed that, you know, there's a lot of interest in, you know, code review and things like that. So having something that I can have, because I would love to, like, maybe it might be really cool to have, you know, thing is, I want to kind of, you know, I have my opinions, my own thoughts on, like, AI, and I would like to I would like to reframe a lot of my, I would like to frame my, I'd like to frame my streams in, like within the context of, like a code review, but I also want to actually have some progress, right? Because, like, I feel like a lot of programmers here on Twitch have a hard time with engagement, and because, like, they have a hard time with engagement because it detracts from progress. And that's incredibly frustrating as a developer to, you know, it's frustrating as a developer because then you're not making any real progress. So you kind of go quiet and you don't really interact with chat. But that's frustrating as a streamer because now you're not interacting with chat. And you're not engaging in chat. And you're not having the retention. So in order to succeed as a streamer, you have to fail as a developer. And in order to succeed as a developer, you have to fail as a streamer. So it's like this really, really frustrating way, and, you know, like, to have to do things, and it's very contradictory. It's like a lot of people are like, oh, well, just have lurkers. Well, Twitch has basically completely killed lurking for streamers. Lurkers don't count towards viewership, towards your retention, towards your metrics. Chatters, active chatters do. So if someone isn't actively chatting, saying hi in chat or whatever, every now and again at the very least, then they don't count towards your view count. You know, not, at least not towards your metrics. So that means that people who have cozy streams that don't really expect a lot of, you know, people who don't necessarily want or care about high engagement in chat, they end up getting punished for it. And that's, you know, really, that feels bad for everyone. It feels bad for the people lurking, because then, oh, hey, you know, they might not necessarily want to engage. They don't necessarily want to, you know, be known that they are there. They might just want to have something kind of cute and cozy in the background while they, go clean their room or do some cooking or, do a little bit of vacuuming. And they can't do that if they're, and it feels bad to them because that means that, their existence is invalidated by Twitch because now they don't count. And that feels really bad to them. And it also feels really bad to the streamers because now they don't get the a number go burr. Which doesn't really matter to a lot of streamers. But that is fundamentally what allows streamers to be successful. Is number go burr. Right? Viewer go up. Viewer count goes up. Viewer, the numbers go big. Big be good. That's how Twitch functions fundamentally. And so punishing an entire set of an entire category of streamers it really sucks. So, I would love to see changes, but I don't really see that, unfortunately, and it's like it'd be really cool if we could it'd be really cool if we could change that, but I don't even think that, like, unless unless some very big things, unless there exists a lot of unless there unless really big things happen, unless really big changes occur, unless a lot of, basically it would require that the entire category of software and game development explodes on Twitch and completely ends up overshadowing mind you, gaming and VTubing. I don't see that shit happening. Like, at fucking all. Like, that's not yeah, good fucking luck. I'll eat my hat if that happens. So, like, realistically speaking, that's not gonna happen. Because, like I said, the entirety of the software and the entirety of software and game development on Twitch would have to overshadow all other categories, which fundamentally isn't gonna fucking happen. Not only that, but it's owned and operated by Amazon, and they're not gonna listen to a single goddamn fucking person. They're gonna do their own goddamn thing. So it would require a lot of people to band together. Like, it would literally require gamers to start to stream games in software and game development to bring awareness to the parasitic and fundamentally flawed way that Twitch operates. Which means that they would have to punish themselves. They would have to go down with the ship. They would have to sink their own ship. And they wouldn't have to go down with the ship. They would have to sink the ship that they are standing in. They're not gonna fucking do that shit. Nah, dog. Nah, they ain't gonna do that. Because why would they actively hurt themselves? Why would they actively hurt themselves in order to help, a category on Twitch that they don't even, operate in? That sounds like a fucking great way to go hungry, to start starving yourself. Like, that's fundamentally something that would not be beneficial. So, yeah. And that's really bad. Like, even if even if a bunch of people, even if a lot of gamers here on Twitch, agree that it's bad. Even if a lot of, streamers fundamentally agree that the way that it's being operated is bad for literally everyone involved, it would take a huge change it'd have to take something really big, in order to change that. It would have to bring a bunch of awareness to something. And honestly, I'm not entirely sure if software and game development would even be a good category to do something like that in. To make a movement like that would require VTubers and gamers to flood to probably just chatting, or IRL, or either IRL or just chatting, or something along those lines. To absolutely flock, and also game developers and software developers would have to flood to these other sections and be actively trying to gain awareness to it. So, and that's not necessarily something that we could ask the greater community. I mean, the Helldivers community probably would. They're kind of used to that shit. A call to action, and if you can successfully get a call to action to the Helldivers community, yeah, you're gonna see some major some major sweeping changes would occur if you were able to do that. Seeing as you would end up like the Helldivers community was able to make fucking Sony bend. The Helldivers community was able to single-handedly make fucking Sony listen to them. So, like, maybe Helldivers could do it. Maybe Helldivers could do it. If they cared enough to actually do something about it. But I don't really see something as trivial as, because again, it's not their space. The Helldivers players, it's not their space. Like, what do we expect? How a call to action for Helldiver players to flood to Twitch, start Twitch streaming. Not everyone even has a setup that they can do that for, right? Like, maybe a lot of them have, microphones and shit like that, but what about people that are on console? What about the console players? Can you stream directly from a PS5, PS4, whatever it's on, from a PlayStation device, from a PlayStation console? Is that something that you can even do? Like, yo. Like, I don't know. It'd be very difficult to have the kinds of changes necessary. It'd be really difficult to have the kinds of changes necessary to make a positive impact on the Twitch the Twitch ecosystem. It's a very You know, it's a big problem to try and solve. That's, you know, and I'm sure it would cause other problems. Like Bitcoin solved the problem of the Byzantine general problem. Like, very well. Like, blockchain is an incredibly smart and intelligent and useful and powerful piece of technology. That has caused sweeping problems in other places, like pointing out that we have a massive, you know, power shortage, the energy crisis, you know, and pollution being accelerated is a problem. Same thing now again with AI. You know, things that could be easily solved with, oh, I don't know, nuclear fucking power. Oh, I mean, call me fucking crazy that, you know, I want, you know, nuclear power plants, or maybe to do a little bit more research into fusion technology, because we have salt, you know, molten, you know, molten salt reactors are really powerful reactors that are stupidly safe. Maybe we should build a couple more of those, or maybe the new advancements in, you know, fusion reaction power plants and technology there is maybe something that we should, you know, look into a little bit more. Nah, let's just keep up with the coal power. You know, let's not build more hydrogen. Actually, let's not build more hydroelectric dams. They're fundamentally really bad for the environment. They're almost as bad, if not worse, than coal power. Like, actively. Yes, it's very clean. It doesn't pollute. But redirecting water systems and things like that, super bad. They're massive batteries, and that's something that a lot of people don't realize. Is hydroelectric dams are just batteries that can use the water cycle as a recharge. But you know, there could be really big problems in that. So there is that. I mean, I can do this. I think this works as it should. Maybe have a way to add and remove things. Maybe have multiple iterations. You know. I would like for you to... Yeah, this actually looks quite good. Yeah, I changed a little bit of syntactic. Oh wait, did I have... Is there a... If exists. If greater than. Yeah, let's change that. Let's change this to a proper thing. This is being able to fucking straight check shit is super nice. If exists. If greater than. Very nice. I mean, this kind of looks like shit. But I mean, I guess it is what it is. That does kind of really look like shit. But I guess it's okay. Because I mean, really, you're just having these triples. This quad is kind of obnoxious. I don't know if I like that. Makes things a little bit hard to read, but I mean the actual bracket types as well. And like, it's really easy to type this because you don't have to hold shift. That's one of the reasons why I like this square brackets. Is because you don't have to hold shift. Because with literally everything else, you have to hold shift. Like Lisp, your pinky would cramp trying to type everything up in Lisp. Lisp is like the most Neanderthal. It works, but at what cost? I mean, which is kind of ironic because this is very Lispy. It's incredibly similar to Lisp, even though I know much about this. I should ask. How about I do that actually? After I take a look at the other conditionals, I think there's some other conditionals. Are there other? I think those are the only conditionals. Yeah. Huh. Yeah. I think this is something that's like really important. Being able to skip over things, super important. Okay. I would like for you to look. Did I actually make any changes? I don't know. No, I did. Yeah, the AI notes is that the baseline PSL. Okay, that functions. I'd like for you to look over the baseline.psl again, and from that I would like for you to write a specifications. For you to compare it to curiosity, because I'm curious. This expression. Huh. Prefix notation. Yeah. Oh shit. What about? Wait, what? Did I? If is this? And then the conditional list. And the conditional list. Correct. Yeah. Cool. Awesome. I mean, yeah, Lisp's general purpose computation. Very similar. But I also really don't like Lisp because breaking stuff. I would like for you to write a full specifications document based off of the. Wait, no, I don't want that. What I want what I want here. Yeah, because what I want is for you to do like a get. Cool. I don't need that. No. Even if there's like because I have the baseline. That's fine. What I want is for the next one to be okay. Can you tell me a little more about Lisp? Because I really don't know anything about Lisp. 1958? Jesus fucking Christ. Code and data are both lists. From both lists. Iconicity means you write code that looks like data structure, making metaprogramming and dynamic code generation natural. Treat symbols as first-class values. Great for logic puzzles, AI, and symbolic process. Atomic memory management. Automatic memory management. Functions as values, recursion-oriented immutability encouraged. Rack focused on scheme influenced nearly every modern language and remains powerful for AI research and symbolic computation in domains requiring code generation. Practical simplicity, just nested lists and symbols, is the elegance that may find appealing, though its syntax is initially jarring to most programmers. It's very, very jarring. Lisp is one of the most baffling fucking programming languages ever. Like, I would absolutely suggest looking up the syntax sometimes. It's pretty bad. It's pretty jarring. That's one of the reasons why I like closing things quickly in click hard. That's like one of the biggest things that I'm like gearing up on, or at least making it so that the number of opening and closing brackets can be limited very easily, right? You don't have things inside 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 things a whole hell of a lot. So the idea like that, the binary attribution of a card is so that you can close quickly, right? Close quickly so that you don't have 30,000 closing brackets. But I think at the most that you should see is 4. I don't think there should be. Well, I mean, it could be all the way up to like 6 or 7. Realistically speaking, I think. Let's take a look. Like that's 3, that's 4. That's 4 in there. That's 3, that's 4. Okay. One question I have is that would a card ever require more than 4 consecutive brackets? more than 4 consecutive brackets. Like, is this a thing that would ever like come up, or would that case? Oh, no. What I mean is no. What I mean, not necessarily that. I mean, not um in in that example, the highest number of consecutive brackets is the 4 closing brackets after scored, as the other opening brackets are broken up by other tokens. My question is that would there ever be a situation that would lead to more than 4 unbroken, more than 4 brackets unbroken by other tokens? Right? Because like it's not a requirement, it's just a pleasantry if there's ever a containing deeply nested operations, so it's theoretically unbounded. There's no hard limit preventing 6, 7, or more consecutive brackets if the nesting goes deep. Specifically, most interactive fiction scenarios probably won't hit that naturally, but complex characters, stats, or deeply nested world states could trigger it. This is another argument for introducing path notation or shorthand syntax to keep consecutive brackets. Yeah, kept at 4 as a practical design goal. It's not really a necessity, just curiosity. More something to keep in mind rather than something to design around or enforce. Yeah, because what would it be? Because you have like something like what? From from yeah, character A, let's see here. Let's say, I don't know. I mean, like, a lot of this stuff could just tweet out, right? So I can do something here, right? Like, I could do something here, and I can say, you know, from 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 Right? If I can't trigger more than 4 here, then it's like impossible to do so, right? Um, so this is like a super deeply nested situation, right? So I have like accessing it, right? Accessing a deeply nested scenario because like everything else is just kind of loose. It's very like heap oriented. You know, you have a heap, you have disjointed nodes, right? That are all kind of interconnected. I mean, it'd be, again, you can do interactive, you can do interactive, you can do interactive narration from, you know, a graph theory kind of situation where you can do graph theory with interactive narration. Interactive. Yeah, you can do interactive narrative through graph theory. You can do interactive narrative through lists, trees, graph theory, trees, functional, procedural, object-oriented. There's so many different ways to solve this problem. Like, it is insane how many different ways you can solve this simple problem. And all of them are very easy to implement within that context. Like I said, doing this takes a weekend. You could do it in like 4 streams. Right? It's fucking stupid easy to do. It takes like 24 hours of work. It's somewhere within the ballpark of 24 to 36 working hours. Right? Maybe like 24 to 48 working hours. It's fucking stupid easy to do this, because you don't need to worry about assets other than text, because all you're doing is just displaying it to a screen. It is the hello world of game design and development from scratch, right? Like that is what this is. It is very nice because then you learn, you know, you go through custom scripting languages, you go through you know, bringing in external assets into things. You could do the whole thing in like without an external script. It's a terrible fucking way of doing it, right? Because this is literally the hello world of game engine design, which is what my goal is. My goal is to make a game engine. So where the fuck do you start with that? Right? Where do you start when making a game? How do you start with game design and development? Right? You could even make it a zip file and it reads the directory chain. Right? Like right? Like there are so many ways to solve the problem of interactive narrative. Yes, making those games, right? Like so many different ways, and it's a really fun project too. It's actually really cool solving this problem. Like it would be, you know, like that's kind of part of why, like Kern, like my you know, QRN Kern, that was really just getting into the swing of things with OpenGL, which I can't fucking do anymore, which is great. I love that for myself. I probably still can. I could do it with yeah, no. Until I can get the other one up and running, I can pretty easily do some real low end stuff, real low tech shit. Kern is unfortunately just hitting into modern OpenGL. Even though it is literally based off of a game that existed before OpenGL. Um, but I'm also not blitting directly to the fucking screen. I'm not doing that shit. Fuck that. I'm not doing OpenGL 1.0. Nope, not doing it. So I won't have. I kind of really need access to things like. It's kind of like one of those things that it will be a colossal pain in the ass without access to computers. Right. That's kind of why Turn is currently on a massive hiatus. Granted, if I can get it working on this computer without spontaneous combustion, without spontaneous auto ignition, then that would be fucking incredible. But yeah, back to what I was doing here, which would be C from C A, right? Well, that closes that. Which would be that is incorrect. Those are incorrect. From what? How did I do this? What is going on here? Up here, right? Yeah, from container 3. I think every single stage is 3. I think every single stage consumes 3. Right? Let's build this from like the bottom up, right? So if we were to build this from the bottom up, we can have CA. From here, right? So from this, right? From that, we have C, D, right? But now this is malformed. So now that happens. Now that has consumed that. Okay. That is attack. Now, we want to say again, right? From this, which needs to consume another one. C. Now needs to be enclosed again. Right? So this is that, right? And so like if I'm like fully retrieving something, the most that this could possibly be is this, right? Yeah. So each stage, I don't think, yeah, because this is from that, and that consumes that, creates another one, C, D, right? Yeah. No matter what, it always consumes it. So that's that. Which means that if I want this to be in something, so now if I want to say set, set attribute k, right? This needs to be another one. Means this whole thing needs to be there. Means this whole thing needs to be there. Yeah. Means I don't think that is a situation that can exist. I think regardless, no matter what happens, there will always be no more. And even inside define, the only time is that if you are defining more and more and more and more and more. Defining it is going to be the only way to create that level of nesting. Is on define is the only way. On access, it will never be more than 4. On access will only be at maximum 3. Which means that accessing will always be well defined. Oh, these are what? How the fuck did I do that? Whatever. Yeah, I'll pull that. Ooh, I should have some syntax errors. Probably make some syntax errors, right? Hey, oh, no, not necessarily. I could have all the testers and all the syntax errors and all that stuff be generated later while it's actually doing stuff, right? So I could do that, and then that'll be it. It'll be done. But I do need to fix up some of these because from container book, is that right? Which means that I need to have another one here. Yeah. As long as you have 2 beforehand, it'll all be fine. Yep. Set. That closes that, but it does not close that. That closes that. Yeah, it is 2 there, and then 3, 3, 3. Alright, so here we have the full set from Lose Yourself in a Good Book. Yeah, so that's that is correct. That. Yes. From 3, 2, 3, that is correct. I need to set from. 2, 3, 2. And then that's 2, 3, and 2. That is correct. Set from. From. And that is a 3 there. 2, 3, 2 is correct. If from main bag money, if exists, yeah, if exists, that's the from. If exists, that's correct. That is a from, and then that is if exists, or if. Oh, greater than if. Okay, that pops off properly. Here. Hold up. Okay, so I think I fixed all those syntax errors. That should be fine. Minus set. Yes. Ba, 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 ba. I don't know if I want to end with these. I mean, it makes a lot of sense to us programmers, especially ones of us who've messed around with like C++ and C#. Right? To us programmers, this, ending, comma, it's just a funny looking semicolon, right? I mean, this is just a funny looking semicolon to us. That's all that this is. And like this is main. This is int main. It goes last. It's fine, right? Like, so I guess that's fine. Yeah. Fix the syntax errors. We have comments. We have all the other shit. Oh, we don't have add or subtract. We don't have add or remove. Maybe. Yeah. The world seems brighter now. Add in a section to showcase the post declaration adding attributes and removing attributes here. For instance, the sword breaks. Sword breaks. You find a key. You use the key. Okay. That's good. I've added a section for you to populate in the baseline dot pumpkin spice latte. It's Picard scripting language, but it's also PSL, so pumpkin spice latte. Yeah. Also include the key. But a golden key materializes in your hand. Work. Right. I would have sure, yes, 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 yes. Sword shatters against the ground, but a golden key materializes in your hand. Sure, fuck it. I don't give a shit. I mean, it doesn't need to make sense. It just needs to work, right? Like, it doesn't need to make sense. It just needs to work. Let's double check that syntax. All right, let's double check that syntax. Yeah, we can yoink that. Because we don't need that anymore. So remove from main container bag attribute sword. That works fucking perfectly. Add. There's that, but we need to have that. Yeah. Okay. So, yes. You understand syntax. Container. Add. Yeah, because that ends the access. This includes the app. So I guess technically speaking, if it's like an if operator, that only adds two. If operator. I mean, technically, if you stack up a bunch of fucking operators, maybe that might work. But I mean, it also depends on operator shit. Right? Do I want to have a bunch of... Do I want to explicitly have... Like... Do I want operators to just be loosey-goosey and shit? Right? Is that something that can work? Are commas technically a type of operator? Right? Like that's something to keep in mind too, right? Are commas operators? Or are they just operators that fucking don't do anything? So yeah. Is that a thing? Okay, I think that's good. And then do I want this to be the thing? Yeah, I mean, because what I could do here is, you know, I could say, copy from there. Alright, what I can do here is say I mean, I'm gonna be flashing my shit, but don't fucking care. I should. Honestly, I really should just be including my fucking GitHub on Twitch anyway. Doesn't matter. Someone wants to bully themselves in and do stuff, right? I think I had, yeah, because I made I think I manually included the token. I don't think it's part of the my AI workflow. Yeah. Not only that, but if I start seeing some funky shit going on, then I can always just generate a new token. So I'm not too worried about it. The token that I have, the access token that I have, is gonna expire relatively soon anyway, so. But I'm like 98% sure that I did all that outside of the AI. Particular. Oh, and I also made it expire. Specifically because, you know, in case I had actually fucked up or whatever. Or any level of possibilities, you know. Self-feeding fire that lasts 14 hours. Yeah. Self-feeding fires are really cool. You can literally just stack up a bunch of logs on either side and it just feeds in. Really cool. But anyway. So let's see here. I guess, I mean, do I want to start a new thread? I mean, I could do a handoff. Yeah, what needs to be done next? I guess git clone. Git clone. I mean, that would actually be really good, because I mean, like, if I pull out of here, right? What I would like to see is like the AI notes are here, the baseline TSL is here. You know, I could do the touch, you know, the agents.md are up here, and then the actual project itself with all the, you know, shit forget, all of that stuff will be one more directory, right? So that I can have all the tester and all the test garbage and all that shit pulled outside of the actual Git repo itself. Because, like, Hello Rust is becoming an absolute fucking nightmare. It is a colossal waste of disk space. Right? That is just a massive waste of tokens. And a lot of it is because I didn't really formulate it in such a way that the AI could maintain it properly. I didn't give it a lot of instruction. I think you know, my Fruit AI is also starting to kind of piss me off. There's a lot of stuff in there that I want to change, reboot, basically. One of the ways I can do that is kind of deleting the repo, starting a new one, clearing that out, starting it over. I'm probably going to do that a couple more times. That's actually an AI project. But, oh yeah, I only have that in the to-do. Yeah, because like this looks like shit. Right? I really don't like this. Right? So I kind of want to see what kind of stuff, like giving some things for things and seeing where it goes. I don't know where the sidebar highlight stuff came from. I think that's like a collapsibility thing, maybe. I don't know what all that's about, you know. So but yeah, I don't know, because like I'm gonna be using Julia, which is it's a math-oriented programming language that's somewhat similar to Python, which is something I don't particularly love. It's something that I don't really like. I much prefer having closures, having closure tokens. Is something that I really closure tokens and line ending tokens are things that I really love, because working without those is a colossal pain in the ass and it leads to problems and errors, and I don't like that. But yeah, no, this is a project that I'm literally, I don't think it's going to work well. I think it's gonna fail. So yeah, but yeah, back to Picard, Jean-Luc Picard, which I think Picard is named after the author who, Picard is named, Jean-Luc Picard is named after the author who, like, started the whole choose your own adventure novel. And this scripting language is named after the author who pioneered choose your own adventure novels, right? So, the scripting language is not named after the character in Star Trek. It's named after the individual that named after the same individual that the character in Star Trek is named after. They are siblings, not parent-child, not offspring, right? So there's that. I did a bit of a test, and it looks like the only time a lot of a lot of brackets might come up is in definition, is in a deeply nested definition, but not on access, as each layer of access will consume three closures while adding two, I do believe, yeah. It's from. Yeah, it like consumes three, creates. Yeah, it consumes three closures while adding 2 plus 1. So it all balances out. But not the case with declaration, as at the end as all nesting collapses together at the end. Yeah, define. From. Yeah, well, it's because, well, more accurately, you have, right, you have, from, 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 x, 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 right, from, xxx, oh, from, xxx, x, x, from, yeah. Which is a little bit wonky. Yeah. Let's see. Could legitimately produce where this consumes brackets at each level. As due to the fact that the parents are part of because of how things happen, right? Because the parents are part of the left side, whereas in the define, each layer is part of the right side in the nesting stacks brackets on define, but not on access. Would there be a way to reasonably access chains nesting happens on the left side, the argument from closes before the next level opens, so brackets gets consumed at each layer. Whereas declaration, all the children exist inside the parent body, so all closing brackets stack at the very end, so bracket accumulation is purely a feature of how declarations nest structurally, not capitalization cases. Good technical observation. As a curiosity, would there be a good way to have declaration do similar as access? I'm not sure there is. Not to mention, it is not hard to manage the nesting as it would be common practice to structure things visually during declaration using new lines and tabs. Using new lines and tabs, which is fine, which solves the issues that arise from many closing brackets. Right, like, is it even a problem that needs to be solved, right? And there isn't a natural way without sacrificing clarity. Any alternative would essentially flatten the hierarchy. But this loses the visual hierarchy that makes nesting structures intuitive for writers. It becomes more verbose and harder to understand at a glance. Your conclusion is sound. Visual formatting in new lines is the standard. What is no? What is no? What do you mean no? Nani? Nan desu ka? Nani? I am confusion. Please explain. Yeah. Yeah. I feel like having. I feel like any way to clear up the yeah, I feel like any way that would clear up any, yeah, I mean, just keeping the hierarchy, yeah, flattening the hierarchy is bad. I feel like doing anything that would flatten the hierarchy is just bad, right? Because because accessing is still, like, accessing is flat, which is good. Flattening the hierarchy from accessing is good. That's a good thing. That cuts down on consecutive brackets. Flattening the hierarchy while declaring is like the worst possible fucking solution. Like, that is terrible. That is bad. That makes it so much more difficult to figure out. Alright. I think doing a handoff, even though it's at 15%, I think doing a little bit of a handoff, and I also don't think doing frequent handoffs is necessarily a bad thing. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so I'll do that. Alright. Yeah. That sounds good. That sounds good. I think keeping the hierarchy for declaration is key for readability and understanding, whereas the folding and flattening is fine and even encouraged in access. Yeah. The only other option would be having that accessor chain. Having that accessor, having like this kind of crazy fucking accessor, I don't know if I like that. It does keep in line with the rest of the syntax, right? It does keep in line with the rest of the syntax. And also the pattern is very easy to recognize. right? That pattern is super easy to recognize. The first one is 2, all others are 3, the last one is 2. It's really easy. And each from is just 2 brackets, 2 brackets, 2 brackets. Because that pattern consumes at each step, it means that keeping track of the brackets becomes trivial. Because you know how many are added, and because you end up knowing how many are added, you know how many are consumed. So keeping track of all that is stupid fucking easy, right? It becomes a really easy pattern to learn, and also at a glance, you can kind of sanity check at a glance. As a writer, you can sanity check at a glance. You can say, yeah, from, that's 3 layers in, so you should see 4. You should see 4 notes. All right, cool. Character, bag, wallet, gold. Right? Character, bag, wallet, gold. Cool. Hero, bag, wallet, gold. That's fine. From. That's fine. The only other way would be, because you want all this to be consumed on the left side, so you don't have a pile of brackets on the right side. And I don't think that there's really a good way to so what you're saying is from character access bag, right? From, you're saying from, you're saying from character access bag access wallet access gold. This might be a little bit strange, but I don't think that would be too terribly hard to learn, right? Maybe a little bit obtuse at front, at first, right? Maybe a little obtuse at first. Might be a little strange, a little hunky wonky. Again, again, this is something that, but it would be very easy to write a parser for, right? This is also really easy to fucking parse. I think that's another thing that I should include. Focusing on learnability for writers and ease of parsing, interpreting. Easy to learn, writer focused, easy to parse, easy to interpret, right? Easy for parser, easy for interpreter, right? Easy to write a parser, easy to write an interpreter, easy to learn. Writer focused, easy to learn, writer focused, easy to parse, easy to interpret. Right, that's really the right, that's really key. No. Whoops. Key. Right. So yeah. So I did the, it is an interactive fiction language that is writer focused, easy to learn, easy to parse, easy to interpret. Let's do, that is easy to, writer focused, easy to learn, easy to parse, easy to interpret. Yeah, the purpose is to create an interpreter for the card scripting language that is which is an interactive fiction language that is writer focused, easy to learn, easy to parse, easy to interpret. Based on the given baseline.psl file, which also be based on the specifications documentation. Hold on 1 second. Well, I guess that gave me an excuse to get some more coffee. Huh. So I think, I mean, I would ask if you think this is a good plan of action to test out AI, but like I said, there's basically no documentation on it. What is the use case? It's AI is kind of really in its infancy, right? And it's just kind of running rampant and doing a lot of fucking damage. A lot like when the whole crypto bros came up with the idea of NFTs. Huh. Not quite. NFTs were kind of always a scam. They are NFTs are fundamentally flawed. You cannot store enough data cryptographically on the blockchain in order for it to be a viable option, right? You could, right, like it's especially not for something like an image. Other metadata, sure, but for something like an image, it's not feasible. There's just a lot of problems with it. It'd be incredibly difficult to make something like an NFT actually function properly in a way that's not fundamentally fucking flawed, right? Also, like 9 times out of 10, if the entire community is fucking pissed at something, like fundamentally fucking really pissed at something, the entire community, odds are you're doing it wrong, right? The entire community, the entire art community is fundamentally really fucking pissed about generative AI in its space. Yeah, it's probably a bad idea, right? when cameras first came out, it was a lot more 50-50. There's like a lot of people saying that, yeah, it's super good for documentation. Using it as a tool for art, not fucking good. Like, pissed a lot of people off. Because a lot of like portrait artists. Well, now there's no reason to be a portrait artist when you have cameras, right? Using cameras as for portraits, kind of completely ruined an entire industry, because of it. A lot of mathematicians were really fucking pissed at the invention of calculus, because it trivialized a lot of calculations. So it really upset the entire community for it. And, you know, it also kind of depends on who is getting upset, right? Who is getting mad at AI? What arguments are the people that are pissing off, you know, what is it that both sides are saying, right? And if both sides are saying the same things, yeah, I mean, yeah, and machines took jobs too, yeah, absolutely. You know, automation and machinery took a lot of jobs too. So, like, there's a lot of arguments and a lot of things that, you know, we're starting to, we're hearing a lot of the same arguments with AI as we did with mechanical automation, as we did with the invention of the camera, as we did with the invention of calculus, as we did with a bunch of the introduction of mass-produced pigments, as we did with, right? Like, we're starting to hear a lot of the same fucking arguments. But none of those arguments when it came to NFTs, right? None of the same arguments when it came to NFTs. None of the same arguments, right? Also, hey Basil, how's it going? Welcome to the PowerPoint presentation. Which I actually made it look less like a PowerPoint presentation because I hid my fucking mouse, because that's the big giveaway, that I'm running at 5 frames per second. So now I have things done in a way that you can't tell that my computer runs like shit. So, yeah. I mean, the ticker at the bottom is kind of the dead giveaway, but it also kind of looks like part of the aesthetic. So, yeah. How's it going? How's your day going, Basil? I want to know how Use is doing. Any new projects? Any updates on the new, you know, model or anything like that? Anything new? Anything fun? Like, come on. I want to hear about you. I'm just rambling and having, you know, machine and making a computer, you know, do my job for me. Nothing new? No, nothing new. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, I'm basically doing an experiment to see what I can do with AI. Like, where do that line be, right? What can I get away with? What can I have AI do? What do I need to do myself? Where is it most useful in my workflow? Because I've noticed that trying to do a simple task like, right, what is this? Fucking 79 lines? I got to here. I got 22 lines in and basically froze. So, doing the entire game is going to be a challenge. That's gonna suck. It's gonna suck a lot. It's gonna be incredibly painful for me to accomplish. But I guess we'll see how well that goes. Right. So that is just something I need to keep in mind. Huh. Can't go before the tab. Interesting. That's odd. Literally every other way I could do before the tab. Interesting. I just English hard. I just now noticed that. Oh, also, do you like the new drawing? You like the new drawing, Basil? It's new. I iterated it. I drew-rated it myself. I did the drawing myself. It's new. I did it like last night. Yesterday, basically. I still need to upload the previous. I mean, I could do that tomorrow. My day's off. Cause I'm not doing anything. Ooh, and it takes 7 days for it to expire anyway. And if I only do the stuff on the, and then I could do the late night streams. Ooh, ooh, do the late night streams. Basically, I want to do a late night stream to effectively just show, like, basically just to prove a point that you don't need anything to make a game. Because I want to make a game that is literally just a bunch of zip files together inside of each other. Because you don't need shit to make a game. You really don't. But the entire content of it is entirely story-based and lore-based. So I don't want to document any of those because that will literally ruin the entire fucking point of playing the game. Which is just doing digital forensics on an actual zip file with fake contents. But I also have absolutely no fucking clue what the lore is going to be. Not really that much of a lore master. Well, I mean, not necessarily in that kind of case. In that situation. Because, like, it would work best if it is grounded in reality. But that's not where my lore comes from. My lore comes from fucking not that. It comes from fantasy. Like high fantasy. You know, furries and shit. Furry world and shit, you know. Which, I guess... I mean, I don't know. I don't know what kind of lore I would want to do. And it's not something that... I mean, I feel like I'd have to do a different category or something, like IRL or just chatting or some fucking. I don't know. I don't fucking know. I don't know. I'd have to take a look. I'd have to take a look at what kind of categories exist on, on Twitch, because I don't know if there's one for like fucking. I just don't know. I don't know. I don't know if there's one for like writing or something, you know? It'd be neat if there was. Like I said, I have to take a look. But yeah, no, I'm gonna upload this stream, the last 2 streams tomorrow. Because it's gonna take a bit before anything expires. You know, like the VODs stay up for 7 days, right? So I can always go in and I can always go in and make. I can always do that once a week. So. Okay, Amp. Putting some. I'm not that kind of stream. I mean. Okay, Amp. You do you. You do you. Okay, so I guess that's encouraged in. Yeah. Yeah, benefit from visual hierarchy to show intent and structure, while access patterns are typically single-use queries that benefit from being compact. The two naturally afford different styles, and letting them diverge make both more readable. Yes. So, time for a handoff. What was it that I wanted to do though? I wanted to do what? To write a write the agents. Yeah, write the agents possibly. Like for you to write an agents, you know, an agents.md for me. Would also like for you to include that AI should be in charge of picking and maintaining a branching strategy. The GitHub link to clone is oh no, I'm gonna dox it. Oh no, I'm gonna dox it. Oh no, I'm gonna be doxxed. No, that's definitely not at all, you know, not like I need to have my GitHub accessible. Oh no, it's my dead name. Oh, my dead chosen name. I've gone through a lot of chosen names, actually. Yeah. Kind of a lot. Yeah. Yeah, that one's from like 2012. 2010, 2012. That one's old. It's real old. Anyway, what was I doing again? Oh yeah, is that also feel free to that as well. Should be fine, because I should be able to push and all that stuff. Just perfect. It's back, right? Yeah. So it's one directory up higher. So I have the working environment for the AI is at the Picard v1, and then the Picard scripting language v2 directory is the actual Git repo, right? That's where all the actual source document, all the sources and all that stuff is there. And the actual AI working directory is one level up higher, so that I don't have any conflicts and it's not like pushing anything that it shouldn't, right? Because now I have the actual project, the Git repo, all the Git stuff, all the version control, all that stuff is one level lower, so that I have like a living environment, one level higher that has so I can control access. I can control access, I can control all those things, so that I can more efficiently keep track things. You know, I have the keep readme updated with project status, maintain API syntax documentation, document design, decisions and patterns, leave notes for future reference, interpreter and runtime, create language runtime and parser. Maintain code quality and consistency, write tests and validation scripts, document PSL syntax rules, find all available keywords and operators, version guidelines, yeah, docs. Sure. Oh. Develop, yeah. Fire. Description, descriptive commit messages, reference the feature bug fixes in branch and commit message, atomic commits, one logical change per commit. Yeah, fuck yeah. Include test conditions with feature commits. Merge develop once feature is complete and tested, and merge to main only for releases. Use merge commits to preserve this. Where keyword tag. Yep, access change structure mitigated by visual formatting. Test parser against baseline.psl. Fucking yeah. Given that baseline, bin card dash baseline. Yeah. Note that. Yeah, you should also. I noticed that there is no reference to the fact that the he is deeper directed. There could easily be confusion with later threads or other agents. Agents.md is going to be the first thing looked. So defining where to find things is important. Yeah. Main code-based repository, the actual interpreted code, test, and build systems, clone from. Perfect. Yeah. Perfect. Awesome. Actual code-based repository source. Perfect. All right. So I guess. It's time. I guess it is time. So. I also want to set up like a whole Discord. I want to set up a whole Discord thing. Oh, man, I really kind of fucked up my GIF. My PNG's kind of fucked up. Woo. Fucked up arts. At least it's better than my first PNG because the first one was basically just done by ChatGPT. But I also kind of like the whole stealing from corpos who steal from actual artists thing, so. But I don't know. I also want to get back into drawing anyway, so really good excuse. And I kind of like the whole black and white chalkboard kind of look. So I guess it doesn't fucking matter. So yep. All right. Projects. The card V1. Look the documentation of the agents.md for guidance. Like for you to take charge and enter the project in full. Handoff. I guess we'll find out if this actually fucking works. Which develop for features, name for release. Use merge commits to preserve this. Fuck it. Let's go. Yeah. So I guess AI is doing its own thing. Yeah, and like I was telling work, I would like to have a much more, kind of code review, chill, kind of sit back, relax, let the AI do smash. Yes, kind of sit back, relax, let the AI do its thing, and just kind of like talk to chat, see what's up, see if anyone's doing anything cool, like what people think about, what's going on. Meanwhile, more of a code review kind of thing. Sitting back just talking about bullshit. I think that would be kind of a really nice, chill, relaxing, kind of. I don't know. I think that would be the kind of stream that I would want to. That I would like to handle. I think it would be really nice to. I mean, if it can. I'm about 80% confident that AMP will be able to handle this kind of this project in its entirety just fine. Right? Like, it will be one of these things that this is a trivial. Like I said, there are so many ways to handle something like this. Like, I could go into fucking, I think, like, Julia has, like, Julia's mathematically based, so it probably has a bunch of, I don't know, like, graph theory stuff involved, right? So I can have I could write this parser in Julia. I could write, or I could write a parser in Julia, a language in Julia to, handle bringing in files and things like that, and have, things along those lines. Make an interactive novel in Julia just super easily, right? It'd be basically fucking trivial because I could just have everything be a graph, and I can have, outgoing, ingoing, I could have those kinds of, ideologies. super easy in Julia, right? It'd be it would be really, really easy, right? It'd be super easy. It would be one of these things that you know, it'd be it's just really easy to do this kind of, it's really easy to accomplish this kind of project, right? And having these kinds of situations, make certain aspects really I don't know. I've already lost the I've already lost my train of thought because I have ADHD. I'll forget what I'm saying while I'm actively saying it. I don't know. It's sitting around talking about bullshit. It's just kind of nice sometimes. Sitting back and doing basically code review of my own code. Right? Like, I don't know. I like AI. I like the yes over 1,400 changes, and I am blasting. I'm already at 40% of my token min. It's pretty impressive. Like I'm like not gonna lie. Not going to lie. I think the key part is that I have given it a known functional, like, right, like I gave it, hey, this file is correct syntax, period, end of discussion. This is correct syntax. This is a baseline, this is a reference, this is reference for correct syntax. And having that known correct syntax, that known state, is really important. It's able to, handle Git, shit, and all kinds of other stuff. It's really cool. It's really neat. It allows me to definitely not be browsing on Reddit or anything like that. Right? Like, it's really quite cool. I think it's very impressive. I like it a lot. It would be nice if I don't know. I'm like really playing around. I've missed the mark on what it is I'm trying to do. Not gonna lie, I really missed the mark on what it is I'm trying to do. I don't care. I'm just fucking around and finding out. In like the good one, right? Like that's what science is. That's what science is all about. As a software engineer, right? As a game developer, I am by extension a software engineer, which by extension means I am I engage with computer science. Therefore, I am a scientist. Therefore, I should be experimenting, and all that experimenting is fucking around and finding out, right? Like, that's what being a scientist is to fuck around and find out. Like, that's that's the point. That is the point. And I feel like not enough people in the space, you know, I just feel like not enough people in this space play around. You know, I see, like, even here on Twitch, I see, like, I pop into a lot of streams and I just see a lot of, you know, developers either being super, like, hyper focused and really specific, and that's fine. You know, like, that's fine. Like, I'm mostly okay with that. Like, it's not the worst thing. Um, you know, like, that isn't the worst thing on the planet. I understand that, especially if you are doing something that's at, like, a production level, you know. But I also don't really see a lot of, you know, I haven't really seen a lot of, you know, like, I haven't really seen a lot of uh, developers on here just doing silly, stupid shit, right? And I understand that, especially in the context of game development, it's very difficult to do a bunch of silly, stupid shit because of the workload that's necessary in order to do so, right? And the games that, you know, are super successful are the games that do a bunch of silly, stupid shit, like Megabonk. The entire game is silly, stupid shit. It's it's Vampire Survivor in 3D, and a bunch of other silly, stupid shit. You know, that's really silly and stupid. Um, Undertale, Deltarune, fucking Helldivers. Helldivers. There's so much silly, stupid shit in Helldivers. Like, the entire game is just taking a piss, and it's incredible. It's great. That's why it's so fucking successful. Is specifically because of the, yet again, I'm gonna say it again, say it with me, say it with me, class, silly, stupid shit. That's the whole fucking point. Like, why, you know, just try shit. What's the worst that can happen? Oh, it doesn't feel good. Oh, then you just change it. Like, oh, change it. You know, chasing perfection is what ruins games. Pleasing everybody, you're not going to. You can't. It's an impossibility. So, I don't know. It's I just feel like not enough developers have fun with, you know, I just don't think that enough, not enough, you know, not enough, not enough developers have fun doing what it is that they're doing, you know. And like I said, I totally understand. Like, it can be, especially in game development, you know, it could take a week or even a month to implement something just for the lulz. And a lot of that is the uh, the the development chain is very rarely conducive to silly, stupid shit, right? It can be very difficult to just randomly on a whim add something because you need the assets, you need the functionality, you need the assets, you need the functionality, you need, so many different things to have those kinds of things that, it doesn't work very well. It can take a lot of work to do the silly. Like, Shio-Gorath, I think. The Daedric Prince of Chaos. Like, his whole ass, freaking quest line to get the Wabajack. That whole thing of waking up in in a shrine of Debella because you got drunk and trashed the place, and you find out, oh well, you did this thing over here, so you're having to undo all the damage that you did, and it's just such a silly and stupid fucking quest line, and it's amazing. And I can't imagine how long it took to implement that shit. Like, that's a whole ass quest line. And they had to pay the voice actors to voice everyone, the Hag Raven, the whole shebang is such an incredible part of Skyrim. And it's all done just because for the shits and giggles, and it's hilarious. It's great. It's all those tiny little things that really add up to something that's beautiful and incredible. It's awesome. Also, I'm gonna be right back. I need to polish off my coffee. Enjoy the guys. Probably actually eat something. But that takes effort. No, I want to orient my room. I can move things around a little bit so I can access the good plugs easier. But like, I have a closet that's like a friend of mine. Not really. It's full of my grandma's stuff, But yeah, it is what it is. Still going? RC parser.rs has been modified since you last read it. Oh, cool. That's fine. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff. I also really need to pee. back. Oh, I haven't said anything in chat. It's not like I'm gonna pop in suddenly. Still going? Yeah, still going. I wonder how long this is gonna take. Wow. That's a little bit concerning. Because my post... Oh. That is good to know. That's really good to know. Because there... my message didn't show up. Did my message even show up? At all? In any regard? Everyone who's still here, let me know if you saw my message in chat or not. Because that's a little concerning. Yeah, because if not, it's gonna make things a lot more different. Let's see, what's it on? What's it doing? A bunch of stuff. I'm not like found issues. Yeah, no, it does find issues. It finds issues, and it will absolutely keep searching through them. I'm not super happy about the fact that to-dos takes up so much real estate. I might have to play around with the see if there's like an option or something I could change for that. Yeah. It's doing things a little bit differently than it usually does. Also, the positioning is really, really fucking wrong too. I'm not so sure if I could. I mean, I could. Or have a different thread that does the, I could have a different thread that does it. But, again, like, I knew from the start that doing it this way was a terrible idea. And that's kind of like exactly why I'm doing it this way. Is to see where the failure point is, right? So I'm taking a look at it. I'm going, what aspects are bad? Right? What kinds of things do I need to do? For instance, I could have, or an agent defined designated for fixes based on your requirements. Yeah. That's not like a terrible idea either, right? Because like at this point, like would it be better to have like, because I'm also very much relegated to free options, right? I can do agents that I can have the agents block, and
the problem is, like, do I want to have something um like I would have to figure out some way of like designating a thread as, debug, designate a thread as production, things like that. So, and again, like I'm kind of wondering if, um, because like having separate agents work on separate parts would be great for, um, token, like dealing with like tokens and stuff. Um, but I also don't know, like, could I have AMP? Like, it is a CLI tool, right? Which means that, technically speaking, it has access to CLI and AMP. They have it launch AMP within AMP and have it dispatch problems to other threads. Is that something that I could do? Right? And have it read information back, but I don't think it can, because it's not going to be reading the environment. It'll be reading. Yeah, no, it can't do that, because it'll be reading. It would be. Yeah, because it's reading the terminal and not the environment. I mean, that's something I could try. I could check. And it's testable. Okay. So did that. Cool. So, yeah. I mean, again, like, dealing with like token, token economy and all that other stuff is like it's a lot of interesting. But I don't know. We shall see. We shall see. So, yeah. I mean, it did everything. Cool. Awesome. So, what is the I run in order to test against the base run dash bin card. Doesn't it need do that, and then I guess do what? Yeah. Oh, ls no. There we go. Still errors. Okay. Well, it is starting to get. I mean, it's 3:30. Hmm. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Let's see how good it is. I mean, again, like I'm just fucking around and finding out. So within projects, within the hard A1 folder of projects in trouble problems and debug. Read agents md reference and instruction. I'm still very hungry. I'll be right back with more food. All right. Find the ad. Well, disconnecting from chat. Oh, okay. Back in chat. Cool. probably gonna fail again. I gotta change the goddamn much. That's what I wanna know. Why do they do so much? Oh, I just hit enter instead of new. Yeah. I mean, that's my bad. So. Means it's gonna run out of tokens. That's fine. I should have had it doing a new thread, but whatever. Probably gonna run out. Probably gonna run out. That's okay. Yeah, because I think I fucked up. Oh. I think, but that's also incorrect. I'm sure I'll figure it out. Oh, rah, rah, rah. I don't know what to even do. Hmm. Oh. Could have sworn that I crossed that off. Which one did I think of? I mean, either once it stops, or once it runs out of tokens, I'm gonna end this game. It'll give me some time before my grandmother gets back home. I don't want to be streaming while she's up and about, out and around, out and back. I don't want to be disturbing her while she's like watching TV or whatever it is she wants to do. I might end up deciding to do a late night stream or something. I don't know. I like the idea of just messing around and finding out what kind of silly shenanigans I can do. It'll be interesting. And it's mostly because, I wanna find out what kind of I just wanna find out what it is. I don't know. Place your bet. You gonna run out of tokens first, or is it an actual bet? I must have fucked up and not didn't run it enough. Whatever. Oh yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna bring the lid. Oh, yeah, I still have tomorrow. I'm snacking on some olives and pickles and this one's already opened. And tastefully covered. And saran wrap. Doesn't go bad. said. I don't know. Taking your time to start with DSL YouTube project. Alright, gonna be done. Oh, now I'm still really impressed. Like, it's actually pretty impressive. I think it uses I don't know. I don't know what it is. I don't want to have something like I don't know. Because I don't know if I'm going to do something like just chatting. Because again, the vast majority of this is just to prove a point that relying entirely on AI is a terrible idea. Right? Like, it's not smart. It's really not smart. It is a bad idea, and it does not work well. Like, I want. Because again, like, it should be able to handle this task really fucking easily. Because, like, the documentation for writing your own parsers and stuff is pretty well documented. But I'm going to be right. Because that's enough. Typical knowledge for me now. I'm impressed that it's still going. Damn. Hot damn. It is going the distance. That is impressive. It's still going. It's at 99%. How do you still have tokens remaining? What the fuck? What's gonna happen? Is it gonna run out of tokens first, or is it gonna finish? Or is it gonna be 4 o'clock? What the fuck? I am very impressed. What the? It's at 100%. Okay, it's done. Wow, that is impressive. That is very impressive. Alright, yeah, so that's gonna be it for this stream. That's the first time it's done that. There's been plenty of times that it ends up cutting at like 98%. Yo, I'm done. Oh, no more. So, yeah, it's pretty cool. I'm very impressed. I am thoroughly impressed. So, yeah, I'm impressed. I'm very much impressed. So I guess what I will do is end it here. Next stream we'll take it off again. I don't know if I'm gonna do, programming and all that stuff. I'm just gonna have it do a bunch of things. I'm just gonna see what happens, see who pops in, see who says hi. Because I do want to focus on chat. I like engagement. That's why I like streaming in general. So I'm going to be focusing on what kinds of extreme situation that I'm capable of doing. Yeah, that's gonna be it. Bye.